Decide just to wear shorts, sod it. See my peely welly legs. Hey, Jess. Thanks very much, Scott. Should have worn my kilt to go with this. Yeah, there was a suggestion there to play Junior's Eyes in the Sabbath band. It's like one of those songs that, see, because it doesn't have a guitar riff, really, never really noticed it. It's pretty good. It's good on the bass. Yeah. How's it going? Hey, Jess, Scott, Kit Kats. The Bam Clan tartan could be Black Sabbath tartan. The grey and, well, not really got any grey in it, but I should have really worn black to make it show up. I normally do that with the J-Pax guitars. So this is my first attempt, number 11. This is my first attempt playing it. I'm still a little bit scared of chipping it because it's only been a few days since the last coat of lacquer, so I'd kind of rather leave it, but I'll use it tonight. Sod it. I'll be oiled by the bucky, so I'll be fine. Cheers. Yeah, so I was just discussing with Scott there in a bit of a quandary. There's a guitar I kind of want on Facebook Marketplace, and I can't decide. It's too late tonight. I've already started the stream, so I can't contact the guy. Bit of a drive. It's like an hour and a half's drive to get it, but it's like. What's the other one? What are the chances the drums losing? Not believing anything you knew. The pain begins to eat your heart. I can't believe in anything you knew. When was the last time that you cried? Start off with an offer of 50, no words, just yes. That'd be great. Just 50. I'm sure you'll get a response from that. Yeah, totally. If everyone did that, everyone offer less than 100 quid for it, but don't actually say, hi, I'm interested in the guitar. Just give them 50, 60, 25. Yeah. And then maybe he'll be that pissed off, he'll just take it down again. It was up for sale a couple of weeks ago. And I thought, oh, why did nobody buy that? And then, but it's, the ad's only like 6 hours old, so it's like you must have put it up, nobody bought it, and then taken it down. It's like, it's tough. But guys, I kind of don't want to. Where is it you're from again? You're down the Shire somewhere, aren't you? If you're the Fernie Bernie. Yeah, the Bernie Fernie burn. This is my first time really playing it because the paint's still doesn't really smell anymore. That's got to be good. It's kind of looking very blue with the blue t-shirt. Right? It's purpler than that. Was tempted with car. Did you get your van insurance? Was it something pure stupid? Because it not changed the law or something like that for camper vans, so it's no longer a leisure vehicle. It's got to be a work van because it's a van. You're like, the problem with the guitar I'm looking at is I did buy one at Christmas, sort of, and it's not going to be hugely different from that, but it's interesting. It's been modified, so it's worth a bit less. It's like it's not a very common model. Obscene. Do you fancy how you drive to Kirkcaldy? Actually, Scott. How about Billy Sheehan? Exactly. Yes, it's bizarre. I searched through 1,800 comments to find Billy Sheehan's comment. It wasn't that exciting. It was like I didn't bother. I would have put it up here if it had been like pure, wow, that's awesome. I want one. If it had been that, I was kind of hoping for it. It wasn't. It was just like pure, oh, I think your guitars look great. Don't let people put you down or something. I think that's kind of why she's getting so many posts, is because you keep getting banned from places and stuff just for posting guitars. And you're like, why? And really the answer is, I was trying to explain it. They're so rare that you see an interesting and new looking guitar. Only a couple of times a year on any Facebook page you see, I've never seen anything like that before. And there's like 30 of these, and they all look completely different. You can kind of tell they're all done by the same person, probably, but I mean, they're not exactly similar. Yeah. Oh. Easy, but you can get a decent Strat for, was it 350 quid for or something like that for a FGN. Any experience with Ibanez musician base? I have not, no, but I bet you they're amazing. Ibanez musician sees the guitars as well, always kind of sat in that valley of people know where they are, what they are, so they're never cheap. I've never seen an artist. I've certainly never seen a bass, but I've definitely never seen an artist guitar for a few hundred quid. You know, they're normally 700, 800, 900, like kind of more like what they should be. Because I think they are those sort of guitars that you could basically have that and the most expensive Gibson Les Paul, and you look at it and you go, but why is the Les Paul worth cost more than that? One of them. Hey Frank, how's it going? A71 bass G. It's not as easy to fidget away on the bass, really. To a bit of an Ibanez musician, you might find it. I don't know. Depending on where in the world you are, they might vary hugely in price. You know, if they're kind of not well known. Australia's a funny one. Australia get Washburn wings like the Yamaki ones. We get them. You don't really get them in America. And they get Dion's. We don't get Dion's here. Canada gets Dion's. It's kind of bizarre, isn't it? Just depends on who the distributors are. I think where's the European distributor? There's one in the UK, in England somewhere, or there was, like talking 1980 sort of thing. And there was one, was it in Holland or Denmark or something like that? So you get them over there. Some of the wings, just depends on your luck. I don't know. I don't think we've got any Fernandez dealers, because I don't see very many of these. This is like the first Fernandez that's really been on my radar. Yeah, but gee, it's a different thing, isn't it? Look at it, and it's just like, it's looking very blue, but that happens. I don't know if it's because of the colours that Jen uses in the guitars. They change colour depending on what kind of time of day it is. I used to get that a lot with I've got a silver Grant. It's like a reflective, and it's silver. And you look, no, it's totally green. No, it's gold. No, it's blue, depending on what's shining off it. And it's obviously a reactive thing. And I think it's basically what happens is whatever that shade of blue, because we've got a sort of blue sky, but it's getting darker. It's making it look very blue just now, and it's highlighting the blue elements pigment in this paint. Whereas if it was like raining fire, if it's like a red sort of sunset, this would be like a really, really reddy purple, just because that's the things are coming in. As a drum manager, photos from his 80s band, all had Japanese instruments. You probably find that that was kind of the best guitars they could get. They probably maybe didn't have the option for Gibsons and Fenders. I don't know how much they distributed in Australia. So it was possible that, okay, here you got them, and it's like, oh, yeah, oh, they're the best bases you could get at the time. Yeah, probably, but we could still get defenders, the ones that are worth more money that people want. You know what I mean? Whereas that might not have been available. Just use paint for a spray can. Yeah. It's watching it getting done is a chaotic thing. It's just got a big table, big trestle table outside, just with 50 cans of spray paint, all different colors, all open, just kind of, and it's like, oh no, and it's just like that's why she won't do orders for anyone, because doesn't really know what it's going to look like. I mean, there's a plan. It's one of those ones. She's got a plan. It's kind of like me when I'm building the Bucky castles and stuff. Got a plan, and then don't follow it. But you got to have a plan and then not follow it, and then whatever happens, it kind of changes depending on how it goes. Had an Ibanez musician way back, beautiful musician, very technical. Sound maybe a bit regular, lacking soul, but always predictable and stable. That sounds about right. I don't think they look particularly super interesting. They look expensive, very much in the coffee table era. Yeah, I don't know if they're kind of neither here nor there. It's obviously a musician or an artist. I can't remember. Fernandez Revival bass. The buyer knew the neck had issues, but I put some washers in the neck. It's a lovely bass. All right, I mean, you took the truss rod out and put washers in, or did you just shim it? Congratulations, the 20-minute plus vid on the stag. As long as anyone's ever talked about a stag. Possibly, yes. Because these things, it was only meant to be 5 minutes. So it was basically the plan was I was going to do like that was about the opening the bag bit, and then I was going to edit in the bit where I took it to bits and put some sort of fancy wine in, but I never bored my ass. I did the video and just left it. I haven't done it yet. I will do it. I'll be doing something to put it to bit. That's again. An 81 Ibanez musician turned up my door in a bin bag. Oh God! I take it you didn't pay very much for it if it came in a bin bag. Have I tried charcoal toothpaste? I have not. No. I don't know what that. I do have a toothpaste, very obviously. Yeah. Hey, Ian, Neil, how's it going? I haven't done your guitar yet. I was just making an excuse there for not having done it in the Super Twitter. Hey, Mr. White, thanks for telling that. Did you use a special tarp for that? I'm playing this, which has got like a very, very smooth, almost factory job on it. You're not going to get an Ibanez musician bass for 200 quid. But I mean, Have I had a guitar in a bin bag before? I remember buying I only paid 60 quid for it. It was a Epiphone Gothic Extreme, which kind of looked like it was like an Epiphone SG from here up, and then from here it had like big wings like a BC Rich. It was and it had like a tread plate, scratch plate, which was plastic. It was not a good guitar, but it basically arrived in a guitar gig bag. Yeah, so the headstock was sticking out that much because it was like BC Rich shaped, it was much longer, so it that much of the head stuck with a poly bag over it wrapped in sellotape, and that was basically it with the label just sellotaped. I don't know how it stuck to the actual gig bag, and you're just like, really. I mean, the thing is, it arrived. I think there's an element of if it looks really fragile, maybe the courier will be a bit nicer with it. And I do remember when I was first time I went to China on the way back, when I was sitting on the plane when it arrived at Glasgow Airport, I could see them unloading the suitcases while we were waiting to get off the plane at Glasgow Airport, and it was like they were just, obviously all these suitcases just like there, and they got to mine, which was like a rucksack, and the guy was like, obviously not wanting to fling it in case it fell to bits. So those guitars didn't get damaged. The Hellcats, never heard of them. Ibanez Artridge and Vantage. The thing is, when they're good. I keep saying they've played it download. I assume they must be some sort of metal band. Two B Girls, one of them plays a West Tone Thunder. This, yeah. There is a point. It depends what it is you're sending, I suppose. It's really heartbreaking when it's something really valuable, or something really rare. Like a guitar. Hey, Jez, the super chat is working, Jez. Thanks very much. Yes, you're definitely my biggest donor. Do appreciate it, Jez. That puts me closer to this guitar. I'm going to maybe message the guy after this after I have my bucky. Just like, I'll just take it. It's one of those ones where I've got my sensible hat on. It's a really good buy. Bin bags are known as a Greenock flight case. That I remember, and I was talking about Victor Morris during the week when I bought it was my 18th birthday. I bought my Epiphone SG G400, the Samick one, and I didn't want to buy it in Victor Morris because the wee guy behind the counter was an absolute dick. Really couldn't stand. Not very many people I've met in my life that I really, really don't like. He was one of them, and it was 225 quid. The same guitar was 250 in Merchant City, and it was full of guys. It was folk I liked. All the folk in there were always lovely, but it was 25 quid that I couldn't afford to not have, and I went in and I 225, and even I'd been in earlier on during the day. Obviously, I looked around all the shops, and it was up here. Yeah, look at try that the Epiphone SG there in the window, and he's up here. Oh, I've got a better guitar than that. Up here, right? Well, I see the SG anyways. Up here, yeah, but this is the one you want. It was an Ibanez Ghost Dance, which, let's be honest, was a very nice guitar, and that's what Paul Gilbert used to record his Dio album. So it was kind of like it's in the jazz series, you know, is it Artcore? So it's got a really, really thick neck and a really, really thick neck join. It was 500 quid or 450 quid. Is that up here? This is a much better. But and to be honest, yes, the Ibanez Ghost Dance was a much better guitar. But I was a student and I don't even think I had the 250. I think that was like if I bought the one in Merchant City for 250, I couldn't have got Bucky that weekend type thing. And I remember going in and it was like, yeah, have you got like a gig bag expecting to get given a gig bag with it? Is that up here? No, we don't have any gig bags. Could do you a case? And it's like, all right, how much for a case? It was 90 quid. And it's like, right. If I'm not one for spending £225 on a guitar and spending £90 on a bag for it. I would rather I would have bought a £300 guitar if I'd had the money. Victor Morris, and it came in a thing me. What's your favourite bass? I just like a P bass. Well, okay, I don't really use a jazz bass pickup. I don't use it. Just a P bass, pretty much, yeah. But I mean, there's loads of variations on a P bass. Oh, this has got quite a different neck. I'm still arguing it's a P bass. Well, my favourite bass is obviously it's not been forgotten about. Don't worry. The wee red bass, which is a short scale P bass. I suppose you get short scale P bass, medium scale P bass, and P bass scale P bass. But yeah, it's just a P bass. But that would come in under. I would be probably not very accurate, but I'd be kind of saying like a West Tone Thunder's a P bass as well. P bass just has a P bass pickup and as a bass, really. It's good. Yeah, cheers. Jez, I do appreciate it. I try not to be too humble about it, but I do appreciate it. It's awesome. Thanks very much. Hey Dunk, how's it going? And a 2001 Fender P bass American still awesome. Don't know about today's. Oh, an American P bass will still be awesome. Even when it comes down to Squier P basses are better than Squier Strats. It's like a Squier P bass is more like I'm going to be snobby, a real P bass than a Squier Strat is like a real Strat. There's a bigger gap there. I think the same thing happens. It's a wee bit the different way with acoustics. I always remember thinking, if you buy a £200 acoustic and a £200 electric, the difference between a £200 and £400 electric's not that much. Whereas between a £200 and a £400 acoustic, that's when you suddenly end up with solid tops, and it makes a much bigger difference. 71 bass with a precision with jazz pickups, found the wider neck at the nut and the body shape over the jazz. I find the jazz bass very big. It just feels big. I mean, it's just an inch longer or something because it's basically squished. But I prefer the P bass dimension up here as well. To be fair, this has actually got the nut on this is like a jazz bass here, but it doesn't get wider when you go up the neck. So it kind of doesn't have that thin going to thick. It's got the thin and staying quite thin thing going on. It's amazing how quickly you get used to it. This is a very precise bass. I suppose that's why it's called a P bass, isn't it? It seems very. You've got a very definite control over it, which I don't know, sort of session-y, I could imagine. Oh, I just remembered there. I've got I remember buying a brass nut on eBay because it was only £2 for a bass years ago, and it was like for a stupidly thin neck, so it didn't fit any of the basses I had. I bet you it fits this one, and this because it's got brass saddles. A brass nut would probably be pretty good. My Vantage V600B modded is great, records well, great balance. I can imagine the Vantage or Matsumoto, depends which one it is, I suppose. I'm not sure exactly what the V600 is. Vantage are one of the companies that actually gave some of their guitars really good names. I've got a Vantage Avenger. It's like pure Avenger. That's what we want. Not this one, which is a PGS 50. So sick of looking up. I actually printed out a Dymo label and stuck it at the back of the headstock. So if anyone ever asks me what it is, I can go, it's a PGS 50, because I can't even remember it, even though I just said it 2 seconds ago. Oh, my Go Plus B-Pace copy, heavily modded, is good as well. Made it good. Yes. A 90 Squire P-Bass Japan. It's a great bass. Yeah, I would really be surprised about that. No. One bass G gap in the neck pocket, not right. I don't know what that is. Not a big fan of the Westone Thunder bass. Shut it, Mr. Whitesnake. I know your line. Yeah. A Japanese Squire, yes. I think the thing about the Japanese Squires is they're very, very expensive now, because there wasn't one range of Japanese Squires. There was like an expensive one, a medium price one, and a cheaper one. So if you go back a bit, the expensive one was better than an American one, but the other ones were just, well, lower grade, but still made in Fujigen. So the actual guitar would be fine. It's probably just doesn't maybe have the best pickups and stuff. So whatever one it is, I bet you it's amazing. Yeah. I'm making 2 basses at the moment, but I think it's a unique feature. A clue is that they are 34-inch scale, but the length of a 32 scale inch, one fretted, one fretless. I'll be a few months. It means it must have a 2-side headstock. Yeah, is that so? Basically, my Ibanez Roadster bass has a 2-side headstock, so it's 2-inch shorter. Because, well, in saying that, it's going to be the position of the bridge. See this? Although it's a 32-inch, see that? You get more than 2 inches there. So if, like on a P bass normally, this would be butted against the edge. So if you put that there, you're at standard P bass length. So it doesn't feel small. The neck feels small, but it's the same length as a normal P bass. Yeah, if that makes sense. Oh, you're a 77 P bass that had a neck gap. It's not uncommon. I don't know. By the time I think you got to the late 70s, I mean that's when all the Japanese stuff I like started kicking out. I'm quite annoyed that this is get a wee bit of interference. I might have to earth this a bit better. It goes away when you press the button when you touch the strings, but it's a little bit noisy. It's quite annoying. I've had a JV but prefer the 90s P. Possibly, yeah. I don't know. I've not really played that many of them. One of the first basses when I decided I was going to get a P bass after my Epiphone EBO, I didn't have a bass because I put it in as a deposit on my Schecter. And I didn't have a bass, and I borrowed a Squire bass off a guy, the drummer in my band knew. And it was like, and I offered him, I was up here, I really like this. So I offered him like 60 quid for it because they were only £110 new. And he was like, no, I wouldn't take that for 400. I'm like, really? Is that up here? It's a special one. That's just a Squire. It was really nice though. It was just black. But apart from that, it was good. V6 is a 3/4 scale, 1 P bass pickup. The mid-price model is a high-end full scale with 2 pickups. V800's expensive. Yeah, I like 32-inch scale. I'm fine with it. I've got a few basses that are 32. It's just a nice middle of the road. You had 2 E-serial Fender Japan basses sold by 77 B bass because it finished the job. Yeah, I think if it's a 77 one, the Japanese were better at that point. I think maybe it waned away a bit later on, but at that time that was when they started making an amazing one. Any new buys? No, but I might. I'm sorely tempted to buy that guitar. Well, this is new, although it's not technically a new buy, I suppose. You got a wee orange Mini Crush 3-watt amp. I shot at my mate's cab to I've got a 4x12 Marshall cabinet sitting in my hall, 200 quid. that my pal basically drove about with in his boot for a month because he'd get nowhere to put it in his house. And he's like, "Can I leave this in your hall?" And it was like, "Yeah, okay." I don't know. I don't really know what the Mini Crush is. Is that a? I'm thinking is that's not like a Tiny Terror, is it, or is it? I don't know. Because I mean, you take the 3 watt, doesn't seem much of its valves. I mean, that there's a 30 watt, but the switch on the back is a half power, so it puts it down to 15 watt, and then there's a switch on the front where you get full and half power, so it's half of 15, so it's 7.5 watts that's running at. And basically, I've still got the volume control at that point where it's just cut in. It's like off, 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 off. I can sort of hear it. I can sort of hear it. Oh, too loud. Just like that much from zero. Due to yourself, his dad's 1985 Fender Bullet. Dad played for 40 years. 1985. I don't know. That might was that when's mine? Mine's 83. So 85 would be a Korean one. I think there's apparently quite a big step down from the Korean ones, but mine's 83. The 82 ones are American. They were worth a bit of money, especially the bass. There's a P bass. It's not quite a P bass, but it's very nearly a P bass. I think it's got the pickup on it's like the Mustang bass. You know, the one that's kind of like a small, rounded P bass pickup. They're meant to be really good, and really they were never cheap. The guy in Twisted Sister played one. A Fender Bullet bass, right? Yeah, the Fender Bullet basses are. You don't see many of them. I've never seen one. Don't believe the hype about the JV stuff. There were many different models, but everyone wants a grand. Yes, that's what I thought. It's just because it came out somewhere that when they first came out, the first year when they were for Japan only, they were basically better than American Strats because they just copied a 57. It was like a 57 and a 62 model. There was 2 models, and they just basically, I think they even used the Fender pickups. And then, you know, first Fender Japan guitars, but they were only meant for the Japanese market. And then they kind of, some of them squeezed over here to Europe. And then the following year, there was the JV range, but not the actual original. A Mesa Boogie cab and an SWR combo in the man cave and 2 Laney 30-watt combos. Amps just accumulate, don't they? The shorter the bass, the scale, the better the fret accuracy has to be. If you play up the neck a lot, they need a lot more attention. A fretless is far more tricky. I came from playing violin, so it's okay for me. Yes, I know what you mean when you're talking about if you're trying to mess about with, you know, if you see I'll buy a wee project guitar, see the wee 20-inch guitars. It's so hard because everything's so small. Your nut has to be cut pure perfectly, and everyone has to be pure perfect because there's so much less. Whereas the longer the strings, the more you get away with it not being quite accurate because it's like you can get the nut 10% off on a foot on a bass. That's not really going to make that much difference. Whereas 10% off on a guitar because it's only this long is 3 times as bad. Difficult. 1985 Fender Bullet. My bass player in my band had one for 6 months. Must have not liked it very much. I know. I mean, I've never played one, but I mean, they look good. I don't know how. I mean, this is 1986. I mean, how different is it from this? You wonder, really. Okay, this has got a pointy headstock, but apart from that, I don't know. I think this is a Matsumoto guitar. Feels like one. Yeah, it's Stu. Short had to be accurate. Yeah, I wonder if I was actually doing a video on my my 78 Fender Music Master bass, and it never really worked properly. Then I got it working many years ago, 20 years ago. I managed to get it working. I think that was maybe what was wrong with that. It was just that whole, because it's 4 inches shorter, it becomes, the strings are quite floppy, and because the strings are floppy, you've got to be more accurate. I think there's an element of that as well. If you're trying to make a guitar that isn't very good play, then for example, a Bucky cast or something like that, the guitar's not great or whatever. Putting 10s or 10s on it gives, because it's more tension, you get away with a bit more than if you put 9s on it. So it's harder to make a guitar play well with 9s than it is with 10s. You can get the action lower and stuff with 10s because they're not as floppy. Therefore, they're not as likely to slap off the high frets, I think. Oh. But I've no idea what I mean, violin. That's just insanity. Violins are. You see them? I've never actually bought one. It's surprising. You keep seeing them, and it's like violins are something you can see them for a tenner or not. Because I think if you look in Argos, they used to do them for like 25. I assume they're absolutely shit, but it's not. It's not a pleasant sounding thing. I think that's the difference between the guitar and most other instruments. On a violin, on a guitar, even if you're not very good, if you once you've learned how to play an A and a G, and you kind of softly strum it, especially like an acoustic or like a nylon string acoustic, it's a sort of pleasant sound. So if you're really bad, it's just kind of still a sort of pleasant sound, but the wrong note. Whereas in a violin, it's just a violin. It's just pure hideous noise until you can play it, and a wrong note sticks out like a foghorn. Oh, you've made a knockoff 80s P bass and moved the bridge earlier. A first for me as original white P bass pickup. You don't see that many white P bass pickups. I was actually wondering about whether I should be buying cream pickups for this, but I don't think I will. It worked quite well. 12-year-old player, great school orchestra, 120 pieces old and awesome. Wow. I don't know. I've never been a wee bit annoyed at like my mum and dad when I was 18 because I was never made to play the piano and stuff like that, or I never really had the option. But I wasn't. If I'd asked and said I really want to learn the piano, I'm sure they would have done something about it. You know what I mean? Bought me a keyboard or whatever. But I never really. It wasn't. It didn't interest me. So they were probably quite right in the fact that if you'd sent me to music lessons, I would have probably pure hated it and been resentful of it. I know a couple of folk like that. I used to play, like when you're 18 and stuff like that, playing in bands. There was always the one guy in the band who'd like done music at school, so could maybe they majored in. I'm talking basically Michael, the drummer in the band I was in, was like he could play trumpet was his main thing, so he could play trumpet, keyboard, and then guitar, bass, and he played the drums. And you're like, there was always somebody like that, and some of the magic had kind of gone from them because they had a bit of a, like a bit of theory and stuff like that because they knew how to do it properly. So they didn't like, for me, it was like pure wow, it's a pure player. If I play F sharp, wow, and just like pure, yeah, that's the diminished seventh in the scale. You know what I mean? It's like, I don't fucking know that, but it just sounds mad, doesn't it? The enthusiasm was there. But a flute, never a violin. We were actually going to do the song one time with our last drummer, Bobby, who died actually. He gave me that bottle of Bucky with Malco on it. And we were going to do all of Master of Reality, the Sabbath album, and there was a song Solitude, it's called, that's got a flute in it. So we bought a flute thinking that because he was playing the drums, he would just be able to play the flute. It's not that difficult, it's just like that. There's not that much to it. So he was thinking, I'll just sit and learn. I've only got to learn a one wee tune. I'll just sit, keep the hi hat with my, with my hi hat with my foot and play the flute. I don't think it wasn't as easy as that though. You need to be super ear trained to know the difference. Violence at one of those proper things. I'm quite annoyed with this being a bit buzzy, interferency. I need to shield it. Have a wee look at the wiring. You've not heard enough fretless kit. The nature of the sound, the expected how accurate is wholly different. I don't get the hang of fretless. I did have a fretless at one point. Even played gigs with a fretless bass. It is a different thing, but it's just it boiled down to after I'd been playing it for a while, I'd worked out that I could play it. I just basically meant a slid between notes, but there's not really that much stuff that's on a fretless bass that I like to listen to. It's like, really, it was like, what will I do? It's like, I don't really like the sound. It's a bit of an excuse, but I mean, I could sort of play it. If I thought it sounded amazing and there was stuff I really loved that was on fretless bass, I would have put the effort in and learned to play it. But instead, I just sold it. Did you get my emails last night? No, sorry, front. My messages, emails. My emails are just terrible. It's like I can't. They want me to buy more space, right? It's like so. It's only for £12 a month to get my email back, and it's like, well, I'll just fucking empty all the old emails, and it's like they're making that an absolute bastard to do. So basically, my email doesn't work because I'm using up all my space, even though I've deleted everything. But it's like, oh, well, I've deleted everything. Well, just store it here on your 5 gigabytes you're allowed. We'll store it here for some time. No, don't fucking store it. Get rid of it. I want to be able to use my emails again. Emails, I don't get emails. So maybe try why WhatsApp, Neil, if you're, I don't know if you use that. Messenger's obviously the best one, the Facebook one. I would have bought the Squire Showmaster for 40. I don't think I would take the amp though, or Jeff's Hotel. I've never played in an orchestra. It must be amazing. I don't even know, to be honest, if I've actually seen an orchestra ever. Really, I mean, I'm talking about obviously I went to see Jesus Christ Superstar in the King's Theatre. Oh, somebody, we need to go to that. Who's up for going to see that? It's got Julian Clary is playing King Herod at the King's Theatre. Jesus Christ Superstar. Yeah, I want to go to that. If anyone wants to go, I'll buy tickets. I'll take one of them. A stand-up bass. I don't know. Again, I don't know if I really like that very much either. I had that problem with the U bass. I made a U bass, and it was like it did sound like a stand-up bass because it's got the big thick rubber strings, but not really the thing. I don't know. It's not really my. Sometimes you just like some things, and sometimes you just don't like some sounds. And it's like, unfortunately, I just kind of don't really get it. I have a fretless Doug Wakes with slap plates. I don't use it, and that's where you get like a ramp going up to it. Yeah, I don't know. Fretless is so specific to the part it's playing. Some things need it. Oh, I get that. Yeah, totally. I kind of get it. It's like I have a wee bit of a problem about playing. It's like I'm not that keen on. See, when you get bass players who just play too much. I obviously play too much myself, but I don't think I'm trying to rein myself in. It's just that temptation when you get too much going on. There's no tune or beat. You know, it's just it's a bit wanky. Maybe again, I never like to say never again because I might get a fretless bass and like it, but I don't really see the drive for me to immediately play it. Same with slide guitar, is like that as well. I can't really play slide because I'm not really a big slide fan. There we go. Remember Deep Purple did some stuff with an orchestra. Yeah. I like that headstock in fairness. I kind of get it. Kind of the pointy headstock. To me, it depends what the guitar's like, and I've kind of got used to it. This is a very 1980s, late 80s guitar idea. Obviously, it's tartan now, which is actually very nice. In fact, kind of suits this. But you know, having the no scratch plate and all the black hardware and the pointy headstock and the thin neck, it's kind of it's the era of the super strat in it. So this is a super bass. If you're looking at it that way, your pointy headstock, a bit high mass bridge, bit of brass, thinner neck. It's a turbo bass in it, so it's a super bass or a super P. But they changed the headstock quite a lot. I think that's one of the reasons why this one's quite cheap. People don't want that headstock on this. What was I looking at earlier on? Someone was selling a Charvel bass, but I think it must have been sold earlier on this morning. It was only 90 quid, and it was like Japanese Charvel bass, 90 quid. Get a look like this, basically, apart from it was full scale. Yeah. Because I've got a bit of a quandary coming up. I've agreed to do Jen's laminate flooring in our hall. So if you do the laminate flooring, I'll paint another guitar for you. She said that before I did the deal with this. So I've got one in lieu, one coming. I don't know what to paint. I don't know which one to get painted. I don't know. I don't feel guilty about it because I'd be doing our hall, so that'd be fine. I'd take all day. Actually, not too bad. I don't really know what to do. I'm actually wondering what this Ibanez that I'm looking at. That might be. Imagine a J-Pax, one of them. Yeah. Hey, Jez, remember you jammed with the blues band? And I said it went quiet after the solo. You were like, huh? Quiet? Yeah. All right, Jez, were you in that band? Who are you? Yes, that's the first time I'd ever played quiet. I really enjoyed that. See, it was just up here. Bum, 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 bum. And it was like pure. I was getting to the point I wasn't even using my right hand. I was just tapping it. It was fucking great. And I was like pure dun 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 bum ba. I really enjoyed that. It was great. It was a total eye opener because I fucking hate slow blues up to that point. I've even done a video rant of me just complaining about Stevie Ray Vaughan and how much slow blues totally sucks. So kudos to Scott for making me go in and try that out. I really enjoyed it immediately. I was not really expecting to enjoy it at all. Listen to Groundhog. Groundhogs are one of those bands that my pal Ivor's right into, and he's up here. Oh, Groundhogs, you must love them. You know, you're into Budgie and you know the stuff I like. You know, the 10 Years After and all that shit. Oh, you must love the Groundhogs. It's up here. No, I've got one album, but I didn't really get it. It's up here. I probably bought it around. What you want is Thank God for the Bomb. And it's up here. Yeah, that's the one I bought. I don't know why it never stuck. I've listened to it obviously more than once, but generally when I was buying records, I would put it on, and if nothing really interested me on the first side, it just get put back in the sleeve and I put something else on. And nothing really interested me in the first side. But I will have gone back to it and tried it again, and maybe nothing really interesting happened on it. I don't know. Oh, Jesus, sure, it's you, Paul. Actually, yeah. I don't know. It's tartan there, Paul. Yeah, I even played. I was using my wee red bass in there. Great fun. Yeah. No, I enjoy playing that band. It was great fun. They were selling both for 40. I nearly bought it, but I'm selling before I buy it. What do you always see good guitars using Gumtree when you need to sell 5 that you've got? It just goes that way. It just goes that way, doesn't it? Yeah, Paul. I'm sorry, I worked out a wee bit behind. Yeah. You'll get your coat. I don't know what. I have to look back. What did you say, Jez? That Fretless was good or something? I don't mind. As long as you didn't say anything about Oasis, I'll be fine. I mean, and again, it's like one of those things. It's like you never. Feel free to laughing. I don't. Neil Murray's good bass player. Quite like that. Only type of guitar these days is a Strat type. Surely everything's Strat style. It's like where do you draw the line at Strat though? This is the old argument. We're not arguing that there's a Strat because it's okay. It's not actually a Fender Strat, so you could argue that it's not a Strat there, but it's it's got the 3 single coil pickups and that. Then you start going, what about an RG? Is it a Strat? And it's like, well, of all the original classic shapes, it's closest to a Strat. It's a modified Strat. It's a super Strat, therefore it's a Strat. Oh, you get so much Pontiac. I think, to be honest, it's somewhere I'm not really into it that much, but the copies era, like basically the Tempest White Strat is. I mean, it is nice having an actual Strat rather than I've got a Westone Spectrum 3, which is Strat scale, Strat layout, not quite Strat shaped and better than any Strat, but it's still not an actual Strat. So there is something in there. And the trick is to go for, don't be buying a Fernandez one because they'll be really expensive, or a Greco or a Tokai or an Ibanez because they'll all be really expensive. But you can get these things branded Tempest or branded some some wee tiny mom and pop shop that bought 50 of them over 2 years, you know what I mean, that are branded from a brand you've never heard of that only lasted a year. Those are the ones that you want to get because you'll be able to pick them up for like $100, and you'll get the same guitar as the Ibanez one, which should be like 600, 700, 800 quid, something like that for that. So 10 times the price. Groundhog Split. I'll look out. I've got a record player. I've got a record player there, but I've also got a record player next door with the Scalextrics, and we've been listening to Walter Carlos. It's been totally stuck in my head for days. And the thing with Walter Carlos stuff is because I knew it so much when I was driving before, it's like a mad cacophony that sticks in your head and you can't get rid of it. But it's like I'm kind of learning from it when I'm driving and stuff because I've just got it going in my head. And it's like that I'm not actually playing the bass, I think, but I'm kind of working out and going, noticing how notes relate to each other by listening to Bach. It's kind of bizarre. Lovely Grant Strat. Yes, you get a chance of getting basically that exact guitar as a Grant. It's not a gimme that the one is a good one because as like the Squire, the JVs, you will get. They probably had like a £300 one and a £100 one, which they're both just a tobacco burst Strat, but they're, every part on it's better. So these things you get into. Try and find the cheapest Strat style I can find. Oh, I don't know. I go for one that's cool. You might get an old one. You know what I mean? It's like, and one of my tricks is you go for one that's like pure. The electrics don't work because that makes it worth much less money. And it's like, oh, how do you fix the electrics? It's fucking, you can fix the electrics. Even it doesn't cost a lot of money, and the chances of all three pickups being broken are very small. So you might have to replace one. And basically, if none of the pickups are working, the chances are all three pickups are working, and it's either the switch or it's the output jack that needs replaced. So I mean, it's like that's how you get a cheap one. Get one with the electrics that don't work, and even if any of the parts are all a couple of £1 each to replace them, you know, it's like you fix about $3-4 for a 5-way switch. You know, £2 for a pot, £2 for an output jack. So there you go. You've got the lot. There. Oh, definitely podcast Encore. Yes, yeah. There's definitely. I've not really come across. No, there are Encores that aren't that good, but there are ones that are really good, and it doesn't seem to be. It's not the old ones are good, the new ones are shit, sort of thing. So the older there's ones from I would say the mid-90s. They're very lightweight, but there's nothing wrong with them. It's not like a Harley Benton. You pick it up and it's like the tuners work, the nuts okay, the frets are fine, the pickups are all right. You know, they pick up the high E string, everything's all right. And because everything's all right, you can adjust it to make it really pretty good. This when you get it, it's like pure, you know, the tuners are shite, the bridge is in the wrong place. You can't really just fidget with that and make it good. You have to sort of fidget with that to make it play. And then it's another job to make it going from it's playing to making it good. Kind of sits in a wee bit of my idea, like, you know, like pedals or amps. I like having, if you've got all the knobs at sort of 12 o'clock or something, and it sounds all right, that's great. And then you can work on it to make it sound great. Whereas if you've got all the knobs and it sounds terrible, you're working on it to make it sound acceptable. And then once you've made it sound acceptable, what do you do? How do you make it sound great if you've took you a while to get it to sound acceptable? Same kind of principle with guitars. What's the nice telly right in your wall, the humbucker? Let's hear it. It's not mine. I can't play it drunk. I'm sure Ian wouldn't mind if he comes on or tell him. It's brand new, or it's like 2022 or something. American. It's called a Telly Deluxe or a Telly. I don't even know, something like that. But it's like a £1,400, something like that. New guitar. It was set up horrendously. The action was like this. It's out because I adjusted the truss rods and wait for it to catch up, and it never caught up. So I need to do a bit more truss rod adjustment to get it back because it was so far off. You know, you could get your finger between the strings and the 12th fret. I don't know. I wonder if somebody's tried to adjust the truss rod and they were turning it the wrong way. Something like that. I don't know. It's all working. Kind of bizarre. Hey, Ruben, how's it going? Hey, Taylor. How's it going? What were you talking about? I was talking about that Charvel bass you sent me a link to. I messaged about it. The guy never bothered to get back to me, so I assume it's sold. I wish they would like. The thing is that even if it's not definitely 100% sold. See, once you've got a few folk, like 2 or 3 folk that have commented after the person who's meant to be buying it, mark it as up, it's pending or whatever, and just say to the 3 people that's up here, just say, look, sorry, someone's already agreed to buy it, but if they don't turn up or something through, you get phone first, and then say to the other guy, sorry, there's 2 folk in front of you, but if it doesn't come through, you get third, second, and that's it, rather than leaving the advert up so you get people just giving you hundreds of messages, and you're like, all right, I'll have a look at the 35 messages I've got, and then I'll just pull the ad and not bother telling anyone. Assholes. Farida. I don't know Farida. The name kind of sounds a bit familiar. The Indian Encores are the same as US stuff fit-wise? No. I mean, when you say if you mean fit and finish-wise, as in quality-wise, well, a wee bit, yeah. But the fit-wise, they don't work because it's got like a thin space bridge. So it's like the bridge is like 48 mil instead of 54 or something like that. So you can't put a normal bridge on it because by the time you get to the end of the fingerboard, the strings will be too wide. They won't be on the top frets. They won't be above the fretboard. That also means that the neck pocket is thinner. So you've got your amazing Encore neck and you think, I'll just put that on like a Mexican Squire and improve it. But you've got like a gap that you can fit your finger down on either side of the neck pocket. And then the pickups, you think, oh, right, the pickups, they're steel back. They're all right, the ones you get in it. I'll just put other pickups in it. And then you look at it and the pickups that are in it are slightly thinner than you would expect. So it's like, I was okay, I'll just widen it. They're also slightly wider. So even if you do Dremel out the things to take, the wider pickups, which will be slightly wide because the pole pieces won't line up, they're also fatter. So you have like a 2mm gap above and below. It's really annoying with those things. I had a Lion Washburn. It was all right. I managed to make it work. It wasn't absolute shit. It wasn't great though. Nick Walker was an early 90s one, Charlie with a pearl scratch plate, great scene sounds. It doesn't have Don Lace pickups in it, does it? Because I remember buying an Encore Strat in Auchinloch, which is not far away. I think it was only a tenner, and it had Don Lace pickups in it. It was a dark cherry red. It was really fucking heavy, like a mahogany body, and it had a Wilkinson bridge, like a really, really early Wilkinson bridge that had like only 2 saddles, but they were both like staggered. So you could kind of alter one of the strings. It was kind of bizarre, like a really solid bridge. I made it into it was a Buckycaster, but I took the Don Lace pickups out and I took the bridge off it. That's when I learned to not trust my pal Jim. Was that up here? Because I was stripping it down, taking the good bits off it, as you do. And he's like, "Oh, that bridge, can I have that bridge? It's great." I was happy thinking, "Oh, you've got totally." It's like, you've got a guitar sitting there that just needs that bridge. You're my pal. Of course, you can have the bridge. There you go. And then on Friday, it was like looking on eBay, and then it was like Wilkinson bridge, 25 quid. And they're like, "What? What? No, I gave it to you." Is that pure? Oh, it's just like. It was a case of, oh, can I have that bridge? I'll get 25 quid for that on eBay. Like, dick. Yeah. Is it Warpigs in the bass? I don't think there's how to play Warpigs in the bass. I could play it, but I mean, how can I play with lots of distortion? Maybe I'll turn the amp on. Both of them on. Generals gathered in their masses, just like witches. Yeah, it's not really one. It's not an easy one to play as Warpigs on just a bass with drums and some distortion. I could do it. Oh. Dubai and Abu Dhabi. People in Dubai don't enjoy the Flintstones. People in Abu Dhabi do. Very good. I had 2 Encores that were called Vintage Standards. I quite a lot of letters extra there. Yeah, possibly there's a lot. There's an Encore Blaster which looks pretty good as well. I don't know. Is it John Hornby Screws? John Hornby Skews, something like that. GHS. With the importer of them for a while. But generally, it depends what there's so many Encores. People kept asking for more. So Lion, not so good. Well, the thing is, it comes in. It's like what's good and what's not good. The reason I started buying I couldn't believe when I started buying the Hondos and stuff like that, the 80s Korean stuff, how good it was because it was better than Epiphone and Squires, right? But you could pick them up for 50 quid and stuff like that. The problem was after that, I started realizing instead of going a wee bit more than under 50 quid, if you went to under 100 quid, you were starting to get Japanese ones. And instead of being better than Epiphones, they were better than Gibsons. So it's like, there's a point there. It's like, it's obviously possible to get a guitar for 20 or 30 quid that somebody doesn't know what they've got. I mean, I paid £25 for my Blazer. But it's never, enjoy the looking for it. You don't need a Strat. Enjoy looking for it and find the right one, and the right one will stick out like fuck. But I mean, the Lion are all right. I mean, if you're comparing it to modern guitars, compare it to like a modern Squier Affinity or a Harley Benton or something. Yeah, totally, it's that. Yeah. People, how far did you have to drive to get in the sea? I don't know. Actually, that does. Has the J-Pax Flying V got its headstock painted yet? I believe so. That's already sold. That's one of the reasons I'm having Jen's not an easy person to have an argument with. It's like I would never. If you told me last week, so you ever argue with Jen? It's like, of course I don't argue with Jen. I would never win. It's like, so I just don't argue. It's like, whatever. I'll just do it. I'll do that. That's fine. Scary woman. Apparently the headstock has been painted. I've not seen it, but it's already sold. Because I was like, the thing is that sometimes guitars have a bit of a vibe, and that one had a vibe because I got that a couple of years ago. I've tried to paint it a couple of times. It kept hanging up in the thing. I mean, the neck never fitted, or the neck had the wrong headstock on it, and it had to make a scratch plate. I kept seeing it every time I walked past. Every time I went to the tumble dryer or the washing machine, it was like, so it's got a kind of vibe going about it. So I was like to Jen's up here, people want to buy it. I was like, fucking sell it, thinking that, the way I was looking at it, like if I had Buckfasticide that and done all the work on it, made it play basically the way it is, but without that paint job, when she painted it, I would maybe have got 125 quid for it, something like that. So I was like, well, totally, you sell it, get the price is like 350 quid for it or something like that, and give me like 100, because that's what I would have got for it if I'd bothered Mars to do it up before, without having to paint it. And she's like, Pure, no, I'm getting 100, you're taking 250, and it's like, Pure, no. And she's like, Pure, look, she didn't use my second name, but it was always like, look, Malcolm Kyle. I was like, okay, no, whatever. So I don't know what I'm going to do there, but that might pay for this Ibanez I'm looking at. Hey Daniel, how's it going? Into the Void's in C sharp, so I'd have to play it in C sharp. Okay. I do like Into the Void is one of my favourite bass lines to play. I'm still a wee bit. I'm now starting to get a bit drunk with this, so I've actually got a special light on because later on. But this is the non-textured paint. It's like, look at that, Jez. If you're still there, that's fucking not bad for almost pro level paint job. I feel really guilty about getting this bass still. But, this I believe is tuned to C sharp. This is obviously a very early J-Pax. This is before you put this on. Well, this will do. Why is that not on? Don't play this bit. Rock rocket engines burning fuel so fast. Up into the night skies they last. With metal coming famous fear. Bearing tripping like in this film. See, I've started going into it. There's an awful lot of bits when I'm not playing in that. Yeah, so there you go. Into the Void, yes, that's one of our favourite ones to play. It's great. So that whole just we play it at the end of National Acrobat leading into it because National Acrobat's a bit jammy. Well, we could always get 5 minutes extra just by jamming it, which we can do, but I feel a wee bit like Ozzy's standing there kind of where we're just jamming, so we're kind of trying to cut out some of the extended solo-y bits, just put the important bits in. What are you selling? Oh, it's like, oh, yes, we're all interested in what you're selling, but not to buy. Yes, I'm always interested. Zapier, definitely Zapier, especially see when it comes to like if you're selling something for a trade. Zapier, would you interested in trades? It's like no, I can't take trades. I really need the money. I'm selling because I've got too many guitars. I don't really want a trade. But tell me what you got anyway. It's how it normally works because you never know. That's how I got my why do I keep calling it an Alesis monolith, the Eastwood monolith. That was like, yeah, I'm trying to swap whatever guitar it was. I was interested in swapping for a guitar. I was like, no, I've totally got enough. But tell me anyway. It was like, it's called an Eastwood monolith. It was like, it's called a monolith. Is it? A monolith? Really? Type in monolith. It's like, oh my god, it's an Esquire with a massive pickup. Hi, okay. Yeah, dick. I hate you. I knew the guy. I'd met him a couple of times. I've done swaps with him before. So it was I didn't mind calling somebody a dick, but it was been funny. Yeah. A JB player neck through Strat. Many bases, Gordon and Aria and whatever else, maybe a Yamaha BB100. Basically a lot of gear. I don't know what a JB player is. Godin, I've had a few Godin. I like the principle. The problem I've got with Godin is what you get. They've got a certain look. I've had a couple of them. Only two. I've had 3 Godins. I had a LX90, which was like a gold top single cut Les Paul with P90s in it. I had an LX something like that, which was sort of like somewhere between a Strat, like it's a Les Paul shaped body, but with a Strat neck and like HSS, I think. And I had a Super Strat, which was kind of getting along to the Ibanez RG type thing. Part of it was made of the most amazing burrow top and all that. There was some. They're not as good as Japanese stuff, but maybe it's just because I'm used to Japanese stuff. You know, it's like, is Pepsi or Coke better? And it's like, well, they're both kind of fine, but if you're used to one of them, then the other one tastes kind of funny, sort of thing. I don't think it really matters. They are good though. Monster Magnet's a band I've never. I remember what was their album that came out? Someone was happy. Oh, you must like Monster Magnet if you're into Sabbath, and it was like, well, I like the name and they look cool as fuck, but the videos or the songs I looked up, it was like, nah, I don't know. It's one I can't remember what it was. But it was one of those ones where there was enough of an inkling for me to go, oh, I think maybe I will really like these guys. And after a song, it's like maybe I just listened to the wrong song. I don't know. Kind of funny. But if you're American, the song that I just played there wasn't Into the Void. It was Death Mask. Who's got the American version of Master of Reality? I'm on a Black Sabbath Facebook page up here. Yes, I bought the American import of this. Instead of having 6 songs on it, it's got 9, look, or 12. All right. Well, it's Death Mask is that. That's called Death Mask. And then Into the Void's the next bit when it starts going. But what I've noticed was actually, I think it was only the last time I was in the studio before the gig. See, during that song, it's like obviously you've got like this open C, which is kind of too powerful to play, but you can have it kind of there as a sort of a glancing note when you're doing the kind of. If I leave that ringing and then bend this one, it's like not the same note, but when you get to there, it is. So you get that sympathetic. So when you bend that note up, it kind of hits the note that makes the E vibrate, like in a harmonic thing. So you kind of that hits there, but when you hit that note and bend it, that goes whoa. So it gives you like a pure. It's great. You don't get the right feeling when you're not playing at ear-splitting drum kit volume, but when I noticed that very much on the bass, but especially in C sharp, playing through a big amp and giving it that, it's the whole bass is like whoa, 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 pure vibrating, like fuck, you can feel it in your gut. No, it's power. It's amazing. You'll feel it live when you come and see us when we're playing in September. Everyone come and see it. What's the other bit go like? I know it when it's because the rest of the songs not there. Only 30 guitars. You don't need 30 guitars is not too bad. Somebody I remember saying they did 42. That was the perfect number, and it's like, yeah, 42 guitars sounds nice. Yeah, it depends what kind of guitars you've got, I suppose. I mean, I'm in a situation I could probably have 20 guitars that everyone would like, your Les Pauls and USA Strats and stuff like that. But I mean, I would rather have one. I'd rather have the wall of everything you can see on the wall just now, apart from that one, obviously. I'd rather have everything on the wall rather than that one, just on its own, because that's probably cost the same as all these put together. Well, if you bought that new, I know my pal got it. Keep Us on the Road, Motorhead. I don't know that one. I do like Motorhead are obviously awesome though. If you're in the mood for Motorhead, I was lucky if I got to see. I would prefer if I could play better. Yeah, I don't know. It's like, yeah, but I mean, it's that whole thing. It's like how much, if you give fucking John Entwistle or Paul McCartney or Billy Sheehan this, right? And then you went into whatever you wanted and got up to 10 grand to spend in a custom bass. Billy Sheehan and Paul McCartney and John Entwistle are still going to absolutely kick your ass playing this, no matter what you do. Because once you get to a certain point, and West Tone Thunder is, and this one I ended up liking it more and more. I was, to be honest, when I first saw it, it was like, all right, and then I ended up with it because I fixed Jen's Kitchen, and it was like, okay, that's fine, but I kind of like it now. I've grown to like it. It's more interesting. I don't think it sits in a level with something like that, really, but it's original, isn't it? It's original artwork. This is a pre-numbered one. Yeah. There's only 3 or 4. But that's the thing. I suppose. I mean, if I didn't have, if money was no object whatsoever, maybe I would take like a 60s Fender P bass over this. Yeah, it's like 60s Fender P bass. $6 grand's worth. Yeah. Is it better than this? Yeah. But am I wanting to sell all my guitars and buy one to get the 60s P bass? Not really, no. It's because it's 5% or 10% better than this. And obviously it's got more mojo as part of that 5 or 10%. Yeah. I don't know. Not good. Hey, Jeff, how's it going? Basic classic telly. Basic classic telly. There is something about a telly. It's the principle. It's the first ever electric guitar. We asterisks in the corner, apart from blah blah blah. But it's the best electric. Yeah, exactly. And variations of it. I mean, I would have that and a grand rather than that. That's just me. Well, that might be better. It's worth more money. Is it better? And it's like, well, probably, possibly, yeah, maybe. Yeah, it's that. So 500 quid or 550 quid new, 1400 quid new, and there's a fight in it. Although obviously that's maybe kind of a higher resale value. But even if you got 2/3 for that, so you paid 1400 quid and you got 2/3 for it back, that's you at 900 and something. You paid 500 for that and you get 2/3 of it. You've only lost 200 quid, whereas in that one you've lost 500 quid. So it's all work out whatever suits you. And ultimately, just because I don't like something doesn't mean you don't. Maybe some, like your Harley bit, maybe you like having buzzy frets and not being in tune properly. So maybe that's fine. Maybe you like that crappy feel that kind of slashes your fingers, not being in tune and all that stuff. Maybe that's your thing. That's fine. Some of these P bass is not all good. I know I owned a 77 or 75 or probably P bass from Japan. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. When you set up guitars, because the first bass I had was a Westone Spectrum DX bass, and I fucking hated it. It was awful. I think it was more what it looked like, and it needed set up. And then I bought an Epiphone EBO. No, I didn't. I bought an Aria Pro, which was miles better than it. And then I sold the Aria Pro, or traded it in against an Epiphone EBO, and I was relatively happy with the thing, although there was a wee niggle in my mind going like, I think my Aria was better than this. And then now, give me a fight between an Epiphone EBO and an Aria Pro ZZB. There's no fight whatsoever. If the Aria Pro was 10 times the price of the Epiphone EBO, it's a good buy because it's 10 times the bass. My brother plays the guitar. I sold him my Joe Perry Boneyard Epiphone for 500. Yeah. I really don't care for polo bodies. Not really. No. This is not my whole guitar collection, but I mean, in my holiday, but I keep buying it every year or two. I buy a 335 of some description. I had an Aria one that was like a Saltire. I had a Gretsch. I had a Johnny Brook one, which was actually probably the best of them. And there's something about the 335 I just don't get. I've had a couple of Telecaster thin lines as well, and it's like they've just not done anything for me. The one semi-hollow that I do have is a Yamaha AEX, which is like I guess it's in their jazz range. It's mini humbuckers, and it's kind of like it's the same thick. It's not as thick. It doesn't have the carved top. It's like a flat top Les Paul, but the body's slightly bigger. But it's got F-holes. That I get that one for some reason. I didn't think so. I basically bought that because it was a really good price, and I thought I could get twice as much as that for it just by buying it, putting strings on it, and flipping it. And then as soon as I played it, it was like, oh, this is what I like a jazz box. What? It was really good. Not that into it. Look at my pal's Fender American Pro 2 jazz bass, $2,000 worth of bass, but he got it as a B stock for half the price. It depends what the B stock's for. If it's B stock because it's got like a big mark on the body, if it's a B stock because the truss rod's broken, that's a different thing. I bet you it's good. Of course it's good. It's a fucking $2,000 Fender, even if it's a $1,000 Fender. Yes, lovely. I remember when my pal G bought a Fender Jazz, an all blonde one. For some reason, I think was it possible that 20 years ago it was only 750 quid for an all blonde Fender American jazz bass? That number rings a bell. 750 quid. And the thing was that just about that time I bought my Schecter P bass, and it's nothing like as good as the Schecter P bass, but there's arguments for the Schecter P bass being the best bass that's ever been made. And it's like, even comparing it to something like this, it's 10% better than this. And there's not very many guitars that are 10% better than this as a bass. You get ones that are 1 or 2 or 3%, but to get 10% better than a Westone Thunder, you have got something very special. Even a Westone Thunder 3 with a through neck isn't 10% better than this one. Drinking Guinness syrup out the bottle, wondering why I got no Sabbath in the collection. I told you, Mr. White, you got to get some Sabbath. And basically just like the first, just you've got the opportunity, just go, I mean, I assume you've still got a CD player, just buy the first album first, and then the first Black Sabbath song you own is Black Sabbath by Black Sabbath from the album Black Sabbath, and you can enjoy that. And just basically, metal starts now with the rain and the church bells. Just buy the first album, and then once you've listened to it, the following week buy Paranoid, then buy Master Reality, and by that point you're into the Void and all that, and then anything you hear, it'll remind you of things. I mean, I was watching a drummer react to these things like that. He was a big Pearl Jam when he was a kid, big Pearl Jam fan, and he was listening to some Master of Reality, and he's like, this is very grunge. This is just like Pearl Jam and stuff. And it's like, no, this is 1971. Pearl Jam are like that, and it just comes in so much. Even just as a listen to the Black Sabbath albums, if you buy them in order, like the first 8, you'll see where things branched off. They're just ridiculous. My favorite band ever, by miles. He's a new Portland when both pickups are on. The high end disappears when you move neck volume from 9 to 10. Yes, that's just that might be, Taylor. That might be a height issue. There is a problem. I'm not sure. It's not called phase, not electrical phase like we're used to when you put a phase switch in, but it is phase, another type of phase with the waves coming in. But there is a slight funniness with the. Yeah, it's a funny thing. That maybe that's one of the reasons I'm not that keen on a jazz bass, because the P bass pickup when you've just got it up full bung sounds great. That's the sound I want. Whereas a jazz bass, to get that, you can get that sound using the 2 pickups, but you basically turn both the pickups up and then turn one of them down to 9, and suddenly this comes out of it. But when you've got them both on at the same time, it's like woolly. I think that's just inherent in a jazz bass. I don't know. To be honest, I've never owned a jazz bass, or I've never owned a jazz bass for more than the amount of time it took to sell, sort of thing, because no, I don't know. Why not? TD5's versatile with different styles of music. You have, yeah, but there's something about it I don't like. Maybe not playing at enough volume. I just feel that, see, when you've got like a thin line, obviously it's louder when you're playing unplugged because it's got an acoustic property. I just feel that, see, the sound that it amplifies like through the F holes isn't the pleasant sounds. It's not a nice sound, I don't think, what you hear from a 335. And if you're playing, obviously, along with a drum kit and shit, you're not hearing the guitar. Whereas if you're playing in the house like I am just now, I'm hearing the strings hitting the fretboard. I'm hearing this acoustic-y sound, which I don't really like, coming out quite loud. But because the amps aren't up that loud, this is still a part of the sound. I think that might be something to do with it. I don't know. Seen a bit of a dude playing his 80s basses. Good player. 3 different Blazers. Oh. Another Japanese reference, but the thing is, once you get into it, I don't know. The thing is, it comes down to as well a little bit of, you're talking there about your Vantage bass. The difference between this and the equivalent Vantage bass is the body shape. Everyone else is the same, made by the same people in the same factory of a certain era. It's like, and it's just the same, apart from it's not quite the shape. It's more of a double cut. It's more like that kind of thing. Those ones, whatever they're called. That kind of thing. It's basically the same as a Vantage. You probably get more chance of getting a Vantage cheaper, to be honest. Well, I don't know. The Western Thunders are a bit Hot Rod Precision. I take it a Hot Rod Precision's got the jazz bass pickup, makes it a Hot Rod. We sold our soul for rock and roll. I actually own that. I bought that record because it's got Wicked World on it, which I'd never heard before, which is on the American version of Black Sabbath #1. And it's not on the original British one. We've got Evil Woman and something else. Evil Woman, don't you play your games with me. I'm to give it right into my hand. It's not in drop C. I'm in C sharp just now. You can taste the coke on Snowblind. Yes. It's not that album, Volume 4. I caught the coke bill was bigger than the studio bill, and it took them like 4 months to record it. Snowblind was quite an early one for me to learn to play the guitar as well, because see when it does the bit that goes there. That bit is like pure C, do 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 D. It's a great one for learning the guitar too. That one. My eyes are blind, but I can see. The snowflakes glisten on the tree. Don't you think I know what I'm doing? Now tell me that I'm doing it wrong. And they're the one that's really the loser. This is what we really belong. Yeah, good fun playing that. Great shot. Thin Line is very different. This is a very bass heavy tea, what everyone have for their tea tonight. As a big, you're not one of those people that doesn't like bass. I will put on a guitar. I'll swap over in a second. Hey, the Lone Ranger. I bought my Epiphone EBO Brass in 2010. I bought mine in 1998, and the serial number was 8. 98, no, 12. Oh, fuck, I can't remember. But the serial number was 98 0000008. So it was the 8th one ever made, the Epiphone EBO I had. I'm not a fan. I think they look amazing. I will give it that. But I'm a fan of the short scale as well. It's just, there's something in an EBO that's just shit. Which is a shame. What have I got to play? I'll just play the fucking another J-Packs. Oh, no, I'll go for the... What are the chances of this being in tune? Pretty low, but I mean... This, although it's a guitar that's quite popular and famous and everyone knows what it is, still fits into the Japanese category, so that's fine. And just guitar amp on its own. I'm not believing it's in tune very well. I'm a fine tuner's going to do it. That's not bad, actually. That's alright. It's alright. Less of the G. Yeah. This is awful good. I'm gonna end up messaging that guy after this stream and just going, right, fuck it, I'll take it. It's awful good. Again, looking at it, you go, oh, it's a Paul Gilbert one, play Spaceship One. And it's like, oh, come on. No, I can't play it. Oh. Yeah, the Vantage bass is the same. But I mean, that's just like that. there's not much point in complaining about it. It's like the difference. I was actually talking to Neil there, Front Row Guitar, about it. He's had so many Squier classic vibes, and they're all completely different. And it's like it's totally the opposite from Fujigen guitars. It's like, okay, that's from the 70s. It's a Strat. That's from the 2020s. It's a Telecaster. This is from 2003. It's an RG. But they're all the same, kinda. Obviously, every single dimension is different, but they do have a very similar feel, even though that's a Strat, that's a Tele, and this is an RG. So the neck profiles are all completely different. All the components are different. Everything's in a different order. But there is a thing that makes this the same as that, or those two are further apart. So it's kind of bizarre. Slap bass, please. I'm sorry, I don't do slap bass, Mr. Whitesnake. I will get some slap bass out. But I'll be on the wee red bass because I can't do slap bass. But I'll fucking make it work. Not only that, Pontiac. This has got Steve Vai Evo pickups in it. Not Evil, EVO, and it's 360 quid for the set. They're these pickups. I put them in it just because I had to take this guitar. I eventually fixed the bridge. Epoxied the bridge posts in so it went at an angle, sorted out the frets, cleaned it all up, set it up. Took me fucking 6 months to do it. That was like I got this on Hugman, and I only did it a couple of weeks ago. But I mean, and then so looking at I did get for an extra 50 quid. I got the full set of DiMarzio pickups. I put them in it, and they are awful good. They really are. They kind of suit it. I was expecting. It's one of those things. Was like, if they're not, £200 better than the DiMarzios that were already in it. We'll see what happens. But the reason it sounds good clean is it's because it's got a true single coil in the middle. And obviously when you're in that, it's automatic coil splitting. But it's also, these are Steve Vai pickups, and arguably, what's the difference between this guitar and a Gem? There really isn't. I'm sure there's it's like, okay, this one doesn't have a tone control and the volume controls here. Doesn't have a handle in it, and apart from that, it's a fucking Gem. So it's like, this is a Steve Vai guitar, basically, even though it's a AX Paps! How's it going? The Ibanez Musician bass electrics are very impressive. No, they're not, right? They're shite. Because I've got a Westone Concord bass, because I bought Ibanez Musician bass pickups off a guy ages ago, 2 years ago, more than that, 4 years ago, and with the active bass system, because he had his Ibanez Musician and he bought Bartoloni pickups to put in it, and then he decided to put them up. I paid something like a tenner for them with the full active EQ thing. So I took the full active EQ thing to make sure it worked, put it in like this pedal, worked it, bass, middle, treble, all working great. Got a Westone Concord bass, made it so it was like fucking big pickup, go to a middle pickup, jazz bass pickup. The big pickup was and the jazz bass pickup were from the Ibanez Musician. Put them in it with a normal pickup, 3 switches, made knobs, all his fucking lights and all that. Put the bass, treble, and the middle and the treble thing into the circuit. Spent ages building the battery box, put it in, the bass fucking thing doesn't work. Bastard. So that's why I hate it. That's why I've even stolen, just a couple of weeks ago, I stole the tuners off it. It pissed me off so much because I built a scratch plate specifically to have it yellow. It was all yellow knobs, not yellow LEDs for each pickup that was on. Had it all wired up, and then basically from going between the pedal that had it all working in to putting it in the guitar, something broke. Fucking raging. The PGM sounds like my RG530. So many things to sort. What, you think it needs things to sort? No, I mean, they're sorted now. It's great. I mean, it's like, the thing is, if people, I know the RGs do have an image thing, an issue with image perhaps, but if you really care what the guitar, if you want to be able to play the fastest and play the best, that's who uses these things, because it is the best kind. It's the best kind of guitar. It does everything. I get the fact it doesn't have the mojo or the vibe and all that of many other guitars. Even on all these guitars, it's got the least personality of all the guitars you can see here, really. But it's the best guitar. Which model is that? This is a PGM 30. So it's the Japanese one. So it's still an Ibanez Prestige. You do get, they made it for a couple of years in Korea and a couple of years in Japan. This one came with the Infinity pickups, which weren't in it when I got it anyway. So cheaper pickups, a cheaper Floyd Rose. It doesn't have it's got a low, it even tells you on it. It's a low TRS. So it's kind of like a basic A Floyd. It doesn't have all the curved bits and stuff on it. And it's got a rosewood fingerboard instead of maple. Apart from that, I think it's pretty much the same guitar as the PGM 300. There was a middle period of musicians that had problems, worked out later. Possibly, I don't know. I don't know that much about them. It's like one of those things you delve into. It depends what you kind of got to be an expert, and everything's not really going to happen. I always thought this, that I could make an awful lot more money if, rather than buying Japanese guitars and things I liked, I just bought Mexican Fenders, because obviously there's certain years and certain models that are worth more money and blah, blah, blah. And if you're mad into Mexican Fenders, you can make an awful lot more money than you can been into Washburns and Arias, because even though, I'm paying the money I'm paying for these, it's like you cannot get a guitar better than that for 5 times the price at all. But it's not really worth that much money when I try and sell them. They're all worth maybe twice what I paid for them, but at twice what you pay for them, it's still a third of the price of a Mexican Fender, which absolutely blows out the water, kind of thing. Don't play fast, too lazy. I don't know. I don't really play fast. I don't know. You got a Washburn HB32 DM 335 tape for 150 with a case, great guitar. Can't buy the made in Indo, not the newer China one. There's a big difference in quality. I don't know, Neil, because actually, if you're looking at the Washburn HB35, I don't know what a 32 is, but 35 is the normal one. You can get a Yamaki built one, and I've never played one, but it's got it's got this bridge. It's got the solid brass bridge with the through stringing like a Telecaster, and it's a Yamaki built thing, which looks the same as the ones that they come out later on. But I just bet you that that's going to be like the Washburn Falcon and all that. But it's the point of, you did what? Why would you put so much effort into building a guitar? It's like, that's not going to make any difference. That's quite a lot of effort to make it that much better, but they still did it. So I mean, that's a thing I would definitely go for. PGM 30 Japan 600 to 2600 used in USA. Aye. It's not one of the main. They only made it for a few years. So the PGM 300 is the one. That's the main one. But for me, the first time I ever heard Paul Gilbert was playing Spaceship One, and he's playing the PGM 300, which is basically this one, but with the one with the DiMarzio pickups in it, sort of thing. But it's now got DiMarzio pickups in it because they've been added later. But yeah, so that for me, this is the Paul Gilbert guitar. If you were into him earlier than that, the Paul Gilbert guitar might be the blue one with the pink F holes, and if you were into him later, it might be the one that's a funny shape. Or if you've only found him recently, it's the upside down Iceman. But for me, this is the quintessential Paul Gilbert guitar, definitely. I could just put Hammer Slammer double cutaway 1983. Any thoughts? Yes, my main thought is there. It's Hammer, right? So I pronounced it's Hammer to start with, and from part of that was the fact that you can get Hammer Slammer. Obviously, Hammer Slammer, Hammer Slammer, Hammer Slammer, Hammer. But yeah, double cutaway basically looks like that, doesn't it? I remember thinking when I started playing the guitar, like I seem to remember talking to Martin Ireland about it in the studio when I was maybe 18 or 19, and the Hammer Slammer was. I'm not sure the Slammer was a double cutaway one, but I always really liked the look of it. The double cut Les Paul, I thought, looked like a fantastic thing. round about that time I started seeing Washburn wings. I thought that's really pretty. I mean, I didn't know anything about them. Still don't, for many years after I didn't know anything about them, but I just thought it's a really pretty shape. There's something about the symmetrical. Whereas that, and the Hammer Slammer, which is basically the same shape as that, very pretty. Whereas you get the Yamaha SG or the Hondo double cut, which kind of is the same, but ugly. Oh, ugly. It's like the horns are too short or something. It's a hideous, ugly thing, but it's basically sort of the same, just a wee couple of percentage difference, just at making it not pretty. Washburn Yamaki belt. The first ones were when they started making electric guitars, they were Yamaki, yeah, the original wings and the original stage series, and the HB35 was in there as well. And I think the very first Force series were Yamaki assembled, as was that Raven, but the guitar, the body was cut out, subcontracted out, as was the neck, and Yamaki assembled it. And I think that's the same, maybe as the Force series, but there are definitely Yamaki belt, and you can tell the Yamaki belt HB35s by the fact they've got they're like through strung like a Telecaster. Shocked how much bass I got for no money midweek. Damaged lid, £70 delivered. As National Finish feels like use some gun stock oil. What are we talking about here? I mean, the thing is, you can pick up amazing shit for nothing. It's that you've got to look off the beaten track, though. That's what I was saying. Something like that Tempest Strat, G4 Music. G4 Music's all right. Well, some of it, I don't know. It kind of puts me off a little bit. I've had a few Strats, the ones that have got like the cog on them, and they've got that powdery neck feel, which is, it's fine. I think these guitars like £100 new, and if you for that, they play better than a Harley Benton or a miles better than a Marlin Sidewinder. You know what I mean? It doesn't look as good, but What did Neon say? Hammer Slammer good, Slammer by Hammer not so good. Or is that a different thing? Forget DiMarzio's Artec is where it's at. Warman is where it's at, Mr. Whitesnake, rather than Artec. But yeah, no, Artec are great. And so are Warman, and so are Wilkinson. So are Iron Gear. And so are, like, the pickup I put in that J-Pax Flying V was just a Chinese one. They are fucking amazing. See, if you want DiMarzio Super Distortions, how much is a DiMarzio Super Distortion? Was it 80 quid? Something like that for a real one? Right, how much is the Wilkinson or the Warman equivalent? 30 quid, and it's basically 95% the same, if not exactly the same. See, if you buy one that looks like that from China, brand new for a tenner, it's pretty much the same as the Warmans and the Wilkinsons. Sorry, but I mean, yeah, they're compared to what you get. Because remember, you're paying a tenner for a pickup or £20 for a pair, right? And you think, oh, that's just a cheap Chinese one. Those will be the same as the ones you get in a £100 Squire. That £100 Squire came out of the factory for a tenner, right? So it doesn't have £20 worth of pickups in it. It's got 50 pence worth of pickups in it. So you're buying your £100 Squire and you spend £20 in pickups. You're spending more than the guitar cost on the pickups, and you're buying them you're buying them for 20 quid, so there's a profit margin. Maybe 15 quid's worth, which is still more than what the guitar costs to make. So I mean, I'm all that for, and see, more to the point, see the hot rails you get, and they used to be 6 quid, they're now about 9 quid, just like the humbucker sized hot rails. They sound fucking great. The cheap ones, you don't, and if you're buying them new, there's no point in making crap ones anymore. They're all brilliant, and they're a fantastic upgrade for any Strat at £9 a pop or whatever it is. Marcus, insulate the back of a van. I'm buying a van and want to live in the Highlands for a while. My guitar, my portable 24 track, and write an album. Fucking go for it. You just fucking buy Rockwell and line it with plywood. I'll help you line it with plywood. And my Land Rover was lined with plywood, then I carpeted the inside of it. Just like that. Try and pick up some cheap plywood from somewhere and basically just line the bastard. Just fill it with Rockwell bucket. You would probably notice quite a difference by doing that, and because I mean it would be fucking cold, just having a metal sheet. It would also get rid of a lot of the noise. I mean, living in the Highlands would be fucking great. I mean, I went, we went, you probably saw it, we went on a guitar safari in Scott's camper van, which, okay, it was lovely, but I never actually got to sleep in it. So you could just basically put seats, but it did have the cooker and all that crap. So we're getting gourmet lunches and stuff. I just took a wee crappy pop-up tent, and then at night, like, you know, if it was time to go to bed, I just popped it up, fucking stuck my mattress in it, slept it, and then in the morning just packed up and came back in the van. Easy. Warman RR Tech. Pretty much, I think you're getting, but that's what I'm thinking. If you look up buying like the Seymour Duncan invadery looking pickups on eBay, they're made in the same factory. So, you know, Warman are specing a specific thing. They're just going up here. Oh, they sound good. We'll just make that as well. Bernie Marsden guitars are coming up for auction. Did Bernie Marsden die? Did he? Or is he just selling his guitars? What about bare knuckle? Are they any good? Well, I just, yeah, but I mean, basically, a bare knuckle pickup costs more than I paid for any of these guitars. Pretty much. I keep that Fender's pick. That's not mine. That's a £1,000. So apart from that, you know, it's like a set of bare knuckles will cost you more than I paid for any of these guitars, including this one, with £300. If you've only got one guitar, I don't know. Maybe money doesn't matter to some folk. I get that. You know, if you're, you know, earning a couple $100,000 a year, then it is worthwhile rather than spending 20 or 30 quid in a pickup. It's worthwhile spending 200 and getting one that's 5% better because it's better. And it's like, it's only, you know, it's like if you're sitting there, I was going to say beans, but beans are fucking expensive now. You know, it's like whether it's worthwhile spending an extra 10 pence to get Heinz beans over Branston beans. Well, that makes a big difference if you've only got £1 to buy dinner. Whereas if it doesn't really matter, kind of different. Josie Woman totally did me a custom tele pickups with a separate neck pickup cover ground wire so I could replace the microphonic ones in the Fishman telly. I saw he posted that actually. Hi, Josie Woman's cool though. The reason you got that done for you is because you were cool. He's a bit like me in that respect, and a bit like Jen as well. I don't know, there must be some brain wiring thing going on, but it's like you will not get, if you ask Josie Woman to do something and you're a dick or you act like a dick, he's not going to do it. It's all to do with how you asked, basically. If somebody had asked that badly, they would just go, no, don't do that sort of shit. You've obviously gone in with the right way and he's wanted to do it for you. Yeah. Hey, Mr. Smells, I don't know what your message was, but I assume it wasn't. Diesel Heater, yes, I've heard of them. I know what you're saying about G4 Music stuff. I had a similar experience, but this bass is a big step up in every department. Really surprised me. I don't think Bernie Marsden is dead. It's just that maybe he's just selling all his stuff. I'm sure I would have heard. My brother guitarist, okay, they're good guitars being made in China, but stop buying guitars from China. Well, what's wrong with guitars made in China? The thing is, where they're made does not. I know I might get demonetized, but I'm not gonna. Obviously, I'm not gonna roll a fag. You can't even see it. If I do it there, you can't see it. But I'm gonna. Sorry for the noise. Yeah, Little beans are the best. No, little beans are not the best. They're not as good as HP. HP beans are the best. But I mean, I genuinely remember beans being like 99p or maybe 1.99 for a 4-pack of Heinz. And so you're talking about under maybe 70 pence for Heinz. We're only going back 3 or 4 years. And it was like 40 pence for HP and then 40 pence for little beans and sausages. Now they totally doubled in price. You know, I was going to buy beans. I bought going out to date pies a couple of weeks ago in the wee co-op up the road. And I went to look, I was like, I'll buy a tin of beans. I was looking at them and it was like £1.70 for a fucking tin of Heinz beans. I remember that a 4-pack only a couple of years ago being that. Somebody's making a lot of money. I don't think anyone's ever cut a... For fuck's sake, Taylor, everyone's called you cool. Sorry if I've never said that before. Of course you are. We're all cool. I'm going to call the family to remind them stupid. Fuck's sake, man. Aye. No, you're all right, Taylor. If I never said so, then obviously you're all right. I wouldn't talk to you if you fucking weren't. You know what I mean? That's what I mean. You even fucking brought Scott to come and meet you, and Scott doesn't want to meet anyone. But basically, there's an element of playing the guitar. So you play the guitar, so you're cool. Get your Chinese guitars down a bit, they close down. Well, that's it depends who it is that. It depends who you employ to make your guitars. It's like that thing with I was talking to someone about BC Rich guitars the other day. BC Rich used to make, originally they just made American guitars that were, I don't know how much they actually cost, but the equivalent of thousands of pounds just now. And then and that was all you could buy, the original. And then one year they were at the NAMM show and people kept coming up to them and saying, I absolutely love your line of import guitars. They're fucking great. And BC Rich were like, we don't have a line of import guitars. What the fuck are you talking about? And it was Aria Pro were making Mockingbirds and Eagles, and everyone fucking loved them. That must have been what, 1981 or 1982, and then by 1983 you get the NJ series, which were basically just the Aria ones, but made by BC Rich instead in the same factory. So, and they were amazing. And then about 1987. They started getting cool, so they kept the shapes, but they made the guitars much cheaper. And New York, NJ, which used to stand for Nagoya Japan series, suddenly on the back of the neck plate, which this one doesn't have, it said BC Rich, P.O. Box, blah, 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 New Jersey. And they became the New Jersey series in America. Oh, these are American. No, they've got a P.O. Box in America. They're made in Korea, and they cost a third as much to build as the Japanese ones. So the NG series went down, and then they started getting really cheap. And then by the time it got to the end, maybe 10 years ago, most of the guitars were produced for 120, 130 quid for cheap ones. And then people were complaining, oh, where do we get the neck through and all the expensive ones? And it's like the company fizzled away and the new owners came in. Let's have a neck through Mockingbird. We want a neck through and a neck through and the DiMarzios. So they started making them in China. I was like, here you go. The most gorgeous neck through Mockingbird, Seymour Duncan, up fucking so much binding and all that, made in China, 1,200 quid. Oh, I'm not paying £1,200 for a guitar. You're like, so what are all, like the people wanting? They want guitars that are built like the American ones, but they want them for the price of the cheapest guitar you can get. I mean, you can't do that. BC Rich, I've never played one, but the only when I was started getting into the BC Rich, it was basically the American ones and the Japanese ones were not far off it. They were amazing, good budget, not as fancy, but the same build quality, and then everything else isn't worth it. And I've definitely played quite a few Mockingbirds and stuff. I had a Mockingbird. It was I played it at £700 in Guitar, but it was reduced from 1,000 and something. It was the end of line thing. The slash one, through neck, quilted top, all the switches and all that, and that compared to my Japanese bolt-on neck. Well, okay, it's got 3 humbuckers now, but it shouldn't have had. It was nothing. It was nothing compared to it. It was like pure. If you were just basically playing the two guitars without looking at them, you would just have said that one's £100, that one's £1,000, straight up, no problem. So they kind of lost it a little bit. The new ones look fantastic. And another 6. Bernie Mercer. I'm glad he's not dead. He was good. I always thought he was a funny guy. I liked his stuff. He wasn't the guy in Whitesnake that played the Washburn Falcon, whereas Bernie I should know the other guy, the guy with a moustache. He looks old now, but he pure looked young for ages. Like when I first saw Whitesnake, it's like a pure. Who's the other guy? Bernie Marsden and the Washburn guy. I can't remember who he is, but it was like it got to maybe when I first heard of Whitesnake and I was watching kind of current things like late 90s, 2000s. You suddenly get. He's not in Whitesnake. He's not one of the original guys because everyone else looks old. He just didn't look old. Same thing happened to Ian Pace. He looks old now, but didn't when I first saw him. He done his guitar was a 1984 NJ series Mockingbird. Felt like it was a UFO. There you go. 84. I'm not. That might have still been a Japanese one. I'm not sure. A valuable legacy trying to be protected, not double position. I know what you mean. Mickey Moody. He's the other guy. He's the guy that didn't seem to get old. Whenever you see him in like the early 2000s, he just doesn't look as old as everyone else. I'm not a huge fan of, really, to be honest, of Whitesnake in any of their incarnations. Really, they're not one of my go-to amazing. They've got some great stuff. Their cover of Day Tripper's amazing. And I do have probably most of those albums. The sort of pub rock thing. And then obviously the hair metal later on. I don't know, Whitesnake. No, I'm never pure huge on them. Obviously, I've done a band playing Here I Go Again, which I remember buying the album of that. 1987, Whitesnake, their big, massive album, their huge hit, and it's like, oh, the one with the UK version of the album doesn't have Here We Go Again on it. So I've had to buy the 12-inch single, which looks the same. It's actually, if you find my records, it's got the 12-inch single in it as well, because it's got like 4 versions of it, and it's got the best version is not the one that's on the American album. The best one's like an extended one that's got much more synthesizer in it. It's quite cool. I do like it. Yeah, UFO as well. I mean, I don't really know that much UFO. Hey Ian, how's it going? Ian, you're not ex Guns N' Roses. Ian, no, that's not Ian Ryan. Cool. Oh, sorry, forget that. Oops, comment refused by YouTube. Marginal fan at best. Yeah, no, I do. Hello, I like him. No, Whitesnake's one of those things you want to stick on. I've got this Whitesnake album, I pure love. It's pure amazing. But I go for it. I never shit. I'm on a mission to buy a basic US made Strat just for the history thing, hoping my son. Maybe look at there used to be one called the Highway 1, which is actually, I'm going to see Corey Wong. If you've ever heard of Corey Wong, check him out. I've managed to get me Wango free tickets for that in the Barras. Scott's taking the other one. He didn't want to come and see Pete. Well, I didn't have to actually have an option to get to come and see Pete and Diesel, but it's a Highway 1 Strat he uses. The idea where was kind of like when they brought out the SG Special in the late 90s, early 2000s, when they made it cheaper by not bothering to paint it properly. It's like that. So whenever you see, they're all scuffed to fuck because they didn't paint it. They just like, oh, well, we can reduce the money, but we'll make it a special finish, as in done next. So, but it's still an American guitar. I do like the Highway 1. They weren't that expensive when they came out. I don't know how cheap they are now, but that's the one I would buy if I was buying an American Strat. But I get it. I mean, it took me so long to get an actual Fender. It was a trade. What was it I was trying to sell? The Yamaha RGX A2 with the light bulbs in it. I put fancy lights in it. Guys, I want to swap it for a Fender Strat, and I was like, "What, a real Fender? Is it an actual Fender?" I was like, "That's a Japanese one though." So it's made the same. That was basically the pushing point, but I would have rather it was an American one, just so I've got an American Strat. Because I mean they're great, and it's, if you're going to say, "Oh, I've got a real Fender," there's no arguing that an American Strat is a real Fender. Even a 70s American Strat, which isn't as good as a Japanese one from the 80s, it's not as good a guitar by any measurable thing. It's not as good as an 80s one. It's a real Fender, whereas the Japanese one, even though it says Fender on it, so it's a real Fender as well, it's not as real a Fender. Kind of get it. But maybe if money was no option, if it didn't make any difference to me whether I was spending £500 or £1,000 on a guitar, I would have. This is the thing. Would you rather have a tin of Aldi beans or Lidl beans for 40 pence or Heinz for 50? Well, it's not the sort of, maybe I'm in the mood for the Heinz ones just because it's only 10 pence more and you get the best you can get. Well, fair enough. But it's like, it's only £500 more. It's like £500. I don't fucking spend that on a guitar ever, so I'm not going to buy like £500 more than any of the guitars I've got, or it can't work. Best I got is a Korean Strat made here between Japan and Mexico. It's not flash, but it's okay. There are funny Korean ones, yes. Even Neil Front Row has got Is it Chinese? Is it Chinese? The Strat you've got, whatever it is, but it's a proper Fender, and it's fucking lovely. But it's got this thing on it, and it's like, I mean, even I kept chinning him for calling it the Chinese Fender, and it's like, stop calling it the fucking Chinese Fender. It's a Fender, all right. And it's like, I'm now calling it a Chinese Fender. It's like, had an actual junkyard Fender and put it on my car to pass inspection. True story. I said it's not a story I understood. I never looked old until I started walking daily. Yes, I know what you mean. Yes, I get that. A Chender, no, an actual Fender. Yeah, I just wish that. See, when you got, I would be more inclined to buy the Fender copies because I mean, I bought a few when I was in China, and it was like I wanted it. You had the one of the factories had the choice of do you want the logo put on it or not, as in the Fender Custom Shop proper serial number. No, and the first one I got, they just didn't put the logo on it. I was like, yeah, perfect. And then the second one, I got, up here, do you want the logo on it? No. And basically what I got was with a big bald bit where they'd sanded the logo off badly. So there was a bit where it was like a different colour where the logo had been sanded off, and it was like, well, not if you're going to do that. If it's already got the logo on it, just give me it and I'll fucking deal with it. But I wish like the Chipsons and stuff just said, fucking just call them Chipson, because that's funny anyway. That kind of puts you out of this whole fake thing, because obviously you're going to get that thing where someone got ripped off because they saw a Gibson Les Paul Ultra, a $5,000 guitar for 300 quid. Oh, that's a pure bargain. I'll buy that. That's greed. You're not going to get a $5,000 guitar for 300 quid. So, it's kind of your fault for getting ripped off, sort of thing. The problem is when it comes into someone who doesn't know what they're talking about and they spend big money on it, they pay 90% of what it should be if it was a real one. This happened to my pal Gav, a Fender. It was a Squier Telecaster, and it had the Fender logo on it and stuff. And then the serial number in the back was still the Squier serial number, but see what it says, designed by Fender or under blah 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 by Fender. Whoever it was that sanded off the front logo had actually sanded off the bit that said designed by or under license by, so it still said Fender on the back. And you're looking at it and going, it's like, immediately when something's a Squier, it's not, unless it's a Japanese Squier, in which case you could go, no, this is a proper Fender. Oh no, it's a Japanese. I did actually have a Fender China, my Teleacoustic, which actually sold. Got a fucking good price for it. I paid. I didn't like the Teleacoustic. I tried one in Guitar, brand new, or was it brand new? I think it was second hand. It was 200 quid. I had a shot of it. It was like a cherry red one. I was like, this is crap. I don't like this at all. No. And then literally after I'd played it, I saw there was another one second hand for 90 quid or 80 quid. I was like, played it. And suddenly not being 300 quid and being 80 quid, it become really good. And I played that and I was like, I got it. And I actually quite like the Teleacoustic. It looks cool. It's an acoustic. It doesn't sound like a full-bodied acoustic. It's only that thick. So it's got that sort of small-bodied parlor thing. It was fun. And then I saw a thing on when I saw someone selling one and they wanted 400 quid for it. I was like, well, really? 400 quid? So I put it on eBay for 350 and someone bought it an hour later. Like, well, okay, not worth 350 quid, but for 100 quid, that was a fucking steal. My brand new 2022 MIM Player Series tail is absolutely spotless, has a slightly high 22nd fret and chokes the 21st out. Easy fix it. I've done the fretwork on some channels, but in fear. Yes, I understand that, Taylor, totally. That's is Scott always talks about this. If he's not on anymore, I don't think. But see where the bolts go in on the back of a Fender, because they're screwing the bolts in. They're right in behind two of the frets. So if you screw the bolt in tight, obviously you screw it in, that's fine. But over the next few years, the wood's going to deflect where the screw was and push the fret up. Called the Fender hump, is what Scott calls it. There you go. Ian, in fact, Taylor's one of those bastards that can play up here, though. I mean, for me, it's like And I need to try. I mean, with much better guitars, you can play up here, but I just don't. It's harder to play. I don't think it really sounds that different. I very rarely notice in the playing thing whether it's got a 21 or a 22 fret guitar because I'm never up there. I should be. I forcibly occasionally try and force myself up when I'm demoing a guitar, but I'm just not comfortable. I just don't think it sounds as good and doesn't feel as good. I know I should be doing it and it looks impressive, but I'm just not that much for playing high up. This Chinese, but she doesn't speak English. Well, use translator. I've been to China a couple of times. It's fucking amazing. They're called Modern Player HS8 Fender Strat, mahogany body, made in China. But they only made them for a couple of years. That's one you set up for me. He's playing great. No, that was an amazing guitar. It was brilliant. But it's just that thing. Like I said with the BC Rich thing, it's like we can make a guitar that's looks and probably plays a bit like the actual American handmade shit from the 70s, and it's only 1,200 quid. That sounds like a fucking what is, and it looks just like it. It's got all the neck through and all the fancy stuff. Right, cool. Oh, that's a total bargain. Where's it made? China. I don't want it. It doesn't. Maybe take a wee nip off the industry. Yeah, well, totally. Well, I don't know. It's just an inherent in the design of it thing. You just sort the fret out a bit. Oh. I don't know. There's fun in sometimes playing up there. I mean, to be honest, I don't really play high on the bass ever, really either. Occasionally, when I played the Sabbath stuff, it was up here, dum dum dum, woo, that kind of thing. But no, I never actually play up here. There's music that does that. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with playing up high. I never really feel the need for it. I often play high, but lately I've been thinking it doesn't sound as good. I'm trying to stick. No, but I mean, I do get the idea that it is cooler. You know, if you're playing a solo, but you end up here, the 24th fret bent up a couple of notes. That looks cool. Pure played up here. But sound wise, I'm not really that bothered about it. Must have play high all the time. Very good. Yeah, you should. You played Paranoid the other day when I was watching. Actually, that was the first song I ever played. Was Paranoid. This guitar is not in tune, even though it said it was. But I mean, Floyd Rose stayed in tune, but it's really fucking hot just now. Again, this guitar has very clear sounding pickups because Steve Vai doesn't make mistakes. This is what has the type of pickups like a Washburn Falcon, where it really shows you your mistakes. You get the best sound, but you've got to play well. If you play badly, no. So that's what I think. Something like my wee Roadster has the other kind of pickups, the ones that kind of cover up your mistakes a little bit. So in some ways it's better. Ivan is 24, it's great to bend the top knee up to the 27th. Well, there you go. All a guitar is made of is wood and metal. It doesn't matter where it's made. What matters is the level of craftsmanship. Yep. Well, Jack, yes, and there is a level. You know, it's like there's a level you get to where it's like a Swift guitar or a Harley Benton, where it's not really doesn't matter what you do with it. It's always going to be shit. But that's the build quality, not the parts that are on it. You'll notice that a lot of the ones I like ones like that, and this, and even the Westone Thunder, these are the cheapest in the range because they don't have the fancy shit on them, the binding, which costs money, and the carved top, which costs money, and the all the fancy stuff. But the actual build quality is the same as the expensive one, so it's the same guitar that you're buying for 3 times the price, but it doesn't have any of the fancy bits on it. It's just like keeping it simple, which I like. Was playing a Washburn A5 and Vulture bass. That's a fucking not a bad combination. Those are two of my favourites. The A5, again, it goes with the A5. The A5 is the cheapest of the stage series. I've got an A5, two A10s, and an A20. A20 being the one with the through neck and all that. And A5 is my favourite. It's the best playing one of the lot of them. On paper, it's not as good, but they're built the same quality. So they're basically the same. But the Vulture bases are rare to get, for sure. It took me so long to find one. Amazing. Again, the difference between a Vulture and a Scavenger, playing it wise, isn't really that much, but the Vulture's the through neck and the binding and all that. It's a bit fancy. They're good. Did Encore start making vintage brand guitars back in Korea in the 2000s? By vintage, there's no numbers or marks and pickups. Ahead, Tam, it's Encore and Vintage were both imported by JHS, John Hornby Skews. So there is a bit in it of that sort of thing, as an Encore, like so many guitars, I suppose, even, well, they don't actually have their own factory and make guitars. Even like Ibanez Prestige, Ibanez don't actually make guitars in their own factory. They subcontract to other ones. It's Fujigen for all the Japanese ones, but so that's why this is the same as that FGN and the same as that thingy, but it's not actually an Ibanez. They spec'd it out. So Encore are like that as well. It's like, it doesn't make, you could have a 1995 Encore and a 1997 Encore, and they're both Strats, and there is nothing in common with them whatsoever, apart from them being loosely based on a Strat, and they say Encore on them. Everything else is completely different way of construction. So you've got could be, couldn't be. I think I would take Encore as a relative sign of quality, though. You're unlikely to. You're not going to get an Encore that's an absolute shatter, I don't think. Even the shit ones, but even the shit ones I'm talking about, there's a couple of J-Pax ones if you're after a cheap one, like the ones they used to sell in Argos, which are very, very basic. But they were only £40 or £50 new, and it's like it works. You can make it play. You could learn to play on this guitar. It's not got an action like this. It's not, the bridge is in the right place. The pickup does actually work. It picks up all 6 strings. The tuners actually do tune. So it's like you're never going to get one that's absolute shit. Assuming it's in decent condition. Obviously, if someone's been at it and it's been, some of those ones I got off Andy Neon Tetrahedron there, and they're just like, do you want this for free, sort of thing? You're like, well, okay, it's a tenner. No, you just keep it. That's fine. They're at that level because it takes so much work to do it. But I mean, if you just want to fanny about and make something fun, they're good fun. A lost leader. There can't be one called a lost leader. That's a terrible name for it. It's a Strat. No, there's but that's what I'm saying. The Encores kind of could be from any factory. They did have a wee go at making professionally ones sometimes. So maybe instead of the £120 or £300, so it costs twice as much to build. But again, once you get to that, it's like, pure, I could buy the cheapest Squire for that. Yeah, the cheapest Squire is the same as the £100 one. It's not, but it costs how much money is it worth at the end? It's like there's the value thing and how good it is. I'm actually doing I got a Yamaha Pacifica 600 and something in my pal, and he paid 200 and something quid for it. And he's like, this is the best guitar I've ever played. And it's like, it's a Yamaha Pacifica 600 series. Yes, there's not really guitars that are better than that. Looks wise, it's maybe a little bit insipid. It's not as extreme as an RG. It's not as pointy. It's somewhere between, kind of more like this, but it's kind of a Strat. And you're like, but it's a Pacifica. Oh, I remember having Pacificas in school. And yeah, totally. But this is like an expensive one, and they're worth fuck all money. So I mean, basically, if you're talking about spending £300 or £400 on a guitar, buy a second-hand Yamaha Pacifica, like a 600 or 800 series one, where you're getting like a £700-800 guitar that's fucking amazing in every way, apart from it looks like a Yamaha Pacifica, because it is, and people go, "Oh, Yamaha Pacifica, you see them for 50 quid, 100." But yeah, you do, but ridiculous. I guess to say that Iommi was playing power chords a lot in the 12 fret. Well, possibly, yes. Yeah, I'm getting with that. JHS Encore Vintage Fret King is like basic, better, best. Possibly, yes. For a certain time. You did an Encore, but too expensive? Oh, I don't know. All right, when you say loss leader, it costs more. Yes, that doesn't doubt. I don't doubt that. But it's like that whole thing that people, it's like, oh, you can buy this, and they've, of a certain era, like when I was a kid, you would see the Encore guitar in, it was £100 for the cheapest Squire, and it was £40 for the basic Encore. The Encore's obviously the cheap one. I don't want that one. So that comes in just because they made a guitar at £40. That fucking was an actual guitar. It's tunable and playable, and you could learn on it, and it's all right for £40. I'm not paying £150 for one of them. It doesn't mean just get anything to do with one at 40 quid, but yeah, no. I like the Pacifica shape. Look, the body is smaller in person than I thought from the pics. Yeah, I mean, it's a fucking stunning guitar. It's like, I find it super awkward and cramped as I have long fingers. Play Paranoid around the 7th fret, A string. The real Paranoid's up here on the 12th. But I don't know if you can really tell the difference. Oh, I can't believe they're expensive, Mr. Whitesnake, for an Encore. Encores are always cheap. Is it? But again, there are some absolute banging Encores. Maybe the wee red bass is an Encore. There's ones that are basically, see, the first year of Sun Mustang, very, very different from the second year of Sun Mustang. The first Sun Mustang official Fender before they made Squire were like, or maybe it was a kind of a cheaper version of the Squire. The Indian ones are fucking amazing. The problem is they don't have great tuners on them. They don't have great pickups. They don't have a great bridge. The neck, though, is fucking amazing, but it's a different dimension. The bridge is tight string spacing, so it doesn't, the nut's the same size and the scale length's the same, but it doesn't really get thicker when you get up to, here it's like, I don't know, 42 mil, and up to you're up at 60 something. On the Encore ones, it's like 42 mil, and it's like 44 mil by the time you get to here, which means that the neck pocket's different. It's much thinner than a normal neck, and the bridge is much tighter, which means it's not easy to get bits to put it in. I was talking about this earlier on, but those are fucking great. My wee bass is one of those ones. If you get one of them, they're fucking amazing. I remember buying one. I even bought it as a Strat-shaped object for 20 quid. It was in Stirling, and I bought it, or I was away buying something else in Edinburgh, and on the way back I picked up one. It was 20 quid. Didn't haggle, obviously. It was fucking amazing. I turned it into a Buckycaster, and I sold it for like, because it only cost 20 quid, all I did was paint it. I sold it for like 80. And the guy who bought it was like, "This is fucking amazing." And I was like, pure, yeah. And it was. I looked at it as I paid £60. If I can paint it, that's fine. Next. Whoever got that is one of the best Buckycasters. But they changed a lot. The Sun Mustangs. Well, that wasn't a Sun Mustang, it was an Encore. But so you got the Sun Mustangs first, and then they got much cheaper, and then Encore used the Indian factory for a year or two. You can tell them by their actual Fender-shaped headstock and super thin fretboard, not neck. The necks, they're amazing. We are talking about the Pacifica there, Taylor. Yes, the Pacifica, not all of them, but there was an era when Pacifica were like that, as in it was just the bridge spacing was slightly tighter. Yoakum, how come you're hearing Yoakum, Mr. Whitesnake? Is he messaging you separate from this, or are you actually seeing him? Because I can't find anything where I've got an option to unban people. Not that I've banned very many people, but I've obviously banned the occasional arsehole. But I was just worried that I accidentally banned Yoakum. I'm not seeing Yoakum coming up, which is a real shame. I wish. I did look. I spent half an hour looking the other day, trying to find something to try and find some way of finding Yoakum on Facebook, on YouTube, and he's just not there. It's really annoying. You can comment on my posts during the week, on my normal videos, but for some reason he's not allowed to post it in here. I don't know. Maybe stop swearing and mentioning, I don't know, whatever it is you mention. You know, it's like, stop mentioning the war and, I don't know, whatever else that they don't want us to do. Isn't that the one where Foxy bought and did the video review for his drinking bucket of glass? That's the exact one. Actually, I put other pickups in it. I found the other one there. He's got the other one of those pickups, the Gretsch P90s. Yeah, that guitar. He wanted to send me a guitar. I don't do the same. Basically, it's exactly the same as Jen. I don't do. I'll give you my guitar. I did one for you, Taylor. You know, I mean, I'll do it for special people. But it's like, oh, can I send you a guitar and turn it into Buckycaster? No, because it's not the same. If I do it myself, which is exactly why Jen won't do the J-Pax guitars for anyone else, okay. For me, that's different because although she's obviously tried to impress me, because I mean the fucking finish on that is stunning. It doesn't really matter if she fucked it up. It's only me. So when she knows I'm going to be, that's fine. When I say fucked up, if I don't like it, I've not really seen one I didn't like yet. Maybe one or two of the J-Pax guitars I'm not super impressed with, but I mean the ones I've got are fucking the best. But yes, that one that Foxy had was a terrible guitar. I made it play okay. It's kind of, you get to the point of it's kind of not really worth it. It's not quite as bad as a Marlin Sidewinder, but getting there. One of the J-Paxes is that, and it's like it was him that set it up, and he told Jen he told exactly what he thought of it. So anytime Jen's ever talked about it, she's going, "Oh, this is a hippie caster. It's a really shit guitar, though." And it's like, no, it's not really shit. It's just you can get an awful lot better than that. It's like some things you're compromising, saving 10 pence on getting a bridge that's got like, instead of having a block, even like a crappy made of Weetabix block, it's got like a bent piece of metal, like a C-section in the bridge. So when you're trying to string it, if you imagine you've got your C-section of your block instead of a solid thing. So instead of sticking the string up here, it goes up a tube, comes out the top, and then you string it. You've got a C-section, so you've got to poke the string through this, and then try and get the string to go through the top of it as well. So I mean, it's a pig. My uncle has a Warmoth body, a Mighty Mite neck, Wilkinson hardware trim machine as well. Done Lawnlace pickup, sold at 190. It cost more than parts. Right. It's a Dunlace pickup. I had one. Yes, it was very heavy. But as soon as you said that I don't know about the Warmoth body and the Mighty Mite neck and Wilkinson hardware. Maybe. I bought mine for a tenner, and basically I got more than that for the guitar, but I put shit hardware on it. And as I said, my pal pinched the bridge. When he said I was really looking for that bridge, I was like, okay, thinking it was for his guitar or for a project, but no. Bridge straight on eBay on the Friday, 30 quid, or 25 quid, bang, just the bridge on its own, and you're like, see, I would have felt guilty about that. I could see why is it up here? Oh God, I really need those tuners for my guitar. Can I have them? And it's like, yeah, I would offer to give money, but it's like, okay, no, just you take those tuners. I've got the Gotoh tuners. Look, I put the Gotoh tuners on my Ibanez. No, I got the Gotoh tuners off you, and I put them on eBay, and I got 30 quid for them. Whoa! No, doesn't sound right. Joachim is defo here. I'm not seeing him. I don't see Joachim. He's not coming up in my feed. That's really annoying. Mike Stern Pacifica, I know the one. Is it not? Is the Mike Stern not the Telecaster shaped Pacifica? You do get a Telecaster shaped Pacifica that was out at the start. They're never cheap, and it's kind of, yeah, that's not quite a telly. It's a little bit pointier. A Pacifica's like that. A Pacifica telly's more than that. That's, if you imagine that being halfway between a Telecaster and a Pacifica telly, kind of looks a wee bit like the Muse guitar. Not as good. I very much appreciate Lynch went to Buckycaster. It's a phenomenal instrument, but sadly I couldn't after talking. Oh, fair enough, yes. Yeah, but that was the thing when you did badger me a little bit to get that done. It was up here, oh, I've got a guitar here, I want to be a Buckycaster. It's up here, no, but it's like, because it was you, it's kind of the same way Jen does guitars for me. It's like, I knew that if you weren't happy with it, you wouldn't take offense at it and badmouth you. You would maybe say, oh, could you change this thing, kind of thing, and you kind of knew what to expect. And it's like, It's a funny one. ABBA is gone. Ah, yeah. Well, it's definitely Joachim if he's talking about ABBA. I'm not trusting this is in tune. It's much fucking louder than normal guitars. I'm going to go on to the Roadster because it's you can't play. I don't think maybe he does drink. Maybe Paul Gilbert drinks and Steve Vai drink, but I don't think they do. I think they're too in control. So I'm going to go for something that's easier. Again, as I said, I've got a guitar. I've got a guitar in lieu for doing when I do Jen's haul. She's like, I'll paint a guitar for you, and it's fucking tempting to do this. This is perfect. I don't want to do this. That's not in tune either. What's going on? Whenever I'm not in tune, bastards. But maybe it's because I started playing the bass. Now I'm playing the guitar, so. I think it's just being drunk and not playing the guitar is what's got me. It's bad for you. Catch you later, Ian. Not seeing your condo. Mr. White seems to be getting them. It's bizarre. Pontic, those mic stands is 116. Oh god, Leave it original. I think so. If it was all scratched and something, I would maybe do something with it. I was just sitting there. It's like I've got a guitar, and it's like I'm not going to get a cheapy one done. I'm going to get one of the guitars I really like. It's just that one of my things I was saying. I was talking to Jen about this. So up here, see if I did a Roadster, Paul Gilbert might want to buy one sort of thing, and then if Paul Gilbert's got one, and then basically Billy Sheehan commented at random. I got a message from him, goes up here. Who's Billy Sheehan? Apparently he's famous. He's just commented my post like Billy fucking Sheehan. No way. And obviously Billy Sheehan is basically the next step is Vai or Paul Gilbert. Actually, the Lord Rachel. Volume just shut up. I was asking about with the Joachim is my neighbour and friend. How can he be your neighbour? He fucking lives in Norway, doesn't he? Get a bangs up. I would if I could get one. I've been on the lookout. This is it's not in mint condition, but it's too. It doesn't sound in tune, but I think it's just because I'm drunk. You don't trust these things. The tuner stayed in tune. No, maybe a wee bit high. it's much more comfortable. I'm much more comfortable playing this than I am the PGM. Any more What's in the Bag video? Yeah, they must. I need to start doing that. The problem is I've been playing Skilletrick a fair amount, so I've been doing that instead of going over. I'm still hanging about with them at the same time. Also in a like it used to be like a day. I used to call it Scott Saturday, but it was rarely recorded on the Saturday. It was like a Wednesday or a Thursday. I'd go over to Scott's for the afternoon, evening, have dinner and shit like that, and we would do some guitar videos and then just talk shit. Whereas then it became we'll play Skilletricks and talk shit, and then it became we'll go over to Jen's and talk shit while you're setting up guitars and I'm wiring them and we're talking about them, kind of thing. So I need to get back into that. Sounds like the YouTube limiter isn't working. Could be, I have no idea. Hey, Papa Blue! But yes, I would totally buy a Bang Up Roadster. On vacation, I go into the island for repairs. What's the island? What's the island? No, I'm still hanging about with Scott. It's just that I've not been doing that many videos. I kind of went through a stage this year, basically at the start of this year. It's kind of died down a little bit now. It's so many guitars to fix that I never did the buying them myself. And, I just basically stopped looking at guitars this year because I had so many to fix. And it's like, to be honest, I make an awful lot more money setting up a guitar. I'm going to put my prices up, but even, it's like, say, 50 quid to set up a guitar. I was buying guitars for 50 quid and spending a hell of a lot more time than I was setting them up. It was setting them up and painting them, like blah, 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 and putting more pickups in and then making the 50 quid. So it's like, it just kind of doesn't work in. This Ibanez is, I'm not going to paint this. If I had to, I would do it. There's also the Alan Holdsworth one. I'm not a huge, I don't know that much about Alan Holdsworth, but everything I've seen has been absolutely nuts. And basically, this is the Alan Holdsworth model. They did the same as they did with the Gem. When Steve Vai came out with his Gem model, you got the Gem at $2,000, and they brought out the Ibanez RG, which was the same principles but with less expensive stuff. That's what this is to the Alan Holdsworth. This is an Alan Holdsworth AH10 is the same shape and design and everything. It's just that the bridge is made of aircraft grade aluminium on his one. He's got a fancy pickup, his own special pickup, not an Ibanez Super 70. And it's an ebony fingerboard, not rosewood, but everything else is the same. So it's basically the Alan Holdsworth guitar. I don't love the look of it, but it's just I love the guitar, and it's one of those ones that I don't want to mess about with it because why would you? It's like, how do you upgrade it? And it's like, you can't. It's perfect, and red's fine. I'll take it. Can't have the Pacifica headstock, which does to do with it. I totally understand, Tam. There's certain headstocks on certain guitars. I don't particularly like that headstock as a headstock, but on this guitar, it works. But see, on the earlier, like the Blazer and stuff, where it's a Strat body, because this isn't really a Strat, that headstock's fine. But when you've got an actual Strat body and that the headstock, no, it doesn't look right. There's something about it. I totally get it. I was talking about earlier on with my FGN. I think it's probably sold them out, but someone was selling one of these the year after. This has got that headstock, which is kind of like a jaggy Telecaster. This is a 2019 model. The 2020 model has not this headstock, more of a Stratty shaped headstock, and it just looks wrong. Looks great on the Stratty type guitar. It's fine. But on the Tele type guitar, having the Stratty, no. The same thing happened with that the Flying V as well. It had the neck in it was from a Les Paul, so I had the Les Paul headstock, and I couldn't look at it and accept it. I'm not accepting a Flying V with a Les Paul headstock. Just no. So I had to bung the holes up and made it into a pointy shape to make it work. I couldn't live with it. The pickguard shape, it's quite smooth here. It's all right. The whole guitar in itself is quite well designed. It's quite simple and basic, but that's it's what it is. You do get the kind of look sometimes. If you've got some, like, see when BC Rich were making their original guitar shapes, like the classics, the Mockingbird and the Wave. Well, no one knows what a Wave is, but the Mockingbird and the Warlock and the Bitch. There's something that's just right looking about it. Like, you can tell an original BC Rich. I mean, I found that when the first time I saw my Wave that I bought. That's another one. That might be one that I get painted by Jen. That's one of the ones I'm thinking about because it's pretty fucked. As soon as I saw the Wave, I'd never seen that shape before, but I was like, that's a fucking real BC Rich. I know it is. I was buying a DiMarzio Super Distortion off a guy in Stirling, and I saw it in the corner. I was like, oh my God, I've never seen that before. That's a real BC Rich. As I look at it, it's got the BC Rich in the headstock, but it's a real one. You could just tell that whoever it was, it's something about the balance and something just looking at it. That's a real one. Whereas when you get to the more modern BC Riches, like the War Beast and all that, they don't have that look. The one there's obviously a certain element of practicality in it, but it just looks right. And whenever you see anyone who's sort of copied BC Rich, like Stag made a Mockingbird and all that, it just, like, you look at it, it kind of looks a bit wonky, just not balanced properly between. Kind of bizarre. Hey, your LSD, well done, Andon. So I'll get the, actually, if you're on an LSD, check this out. I'm going to go back onto the bass because I'm drunk and it'll work. This should work. I tried it earlier on and I was amazed with the result, but because it was during the day, there's only, obviously my curtains are quite thick, but they don't fully block out light, whereas these do. So it'll be interesting to see if this actually works. If I can get enough. Again, try not to. Where's I put the strap there? So I'm going to try something here, which might not work. It might work, but it might not work. If it does work, it'll look cool, and you'll go, "No way, man! That's sick and psychedelic." And I think I've taken mushrooms too. Yeah. So if I turn that off, and I turn this off, it sort of works, kinda. I think if I turned off the telly. I hope you don't disappear. If I turn this off, you might just disappear. No, you're still there. It's okay. Yeah. So I've got a black light bulb, but this reacts to the black light bulb. See? Isn't that cool? And the other thing is this one as well. So you can see it from there. So this is the red and black Washburn Raven. Check it out. Look. That looks fucking cool. That looks cooler than this. I'll play the Raven in the dark just because I can. I see this. It's this. It is reflecting. Some of the guitars I've got. No, it's totally working. You can't see it because it's not. I can't get it dark enough in here because I've got the monitor on. But this one's totally. This one's coming out as something different. Damn it, I've gone back on guitar, so I'm going to be totally out of tune because all the guitars seem to be out of tune. Focus, come on. You can do it. Okay, you can't focus. See, that's not the normal colour. When I turn on this light, it'll go away. Look, it's red and green. Mentally. I'm not as partial to accepting headstock. I depends which guitar it is, but I mean sometimes like the body card thing is brilliant. Still waiting for the trip to end. So hi, yeah, Mr. Whitestick, that's why we love you here, totally. Don't understand not a word, but it just makes me incredibly crazy. Yeah, totally. This I forgot. This one fucking makes a noise though. It's just I need to another one of the shielding bastard. There's no buzz if I don't have the distortion pedal on. All right. Light a shoelace and sing it about in the darkness. Not gonna do that, but I need to get proper. As I was thinking that actually Craig, the guitarist from the Black Sabbath band, messaged me. He's up here. Yeah, looking at these. How much get Jen to paint a guitar for the Sabbath band? I was like, she won't paint anything, man. It's like, which I totally understand. Explaining that she won't take orders. I was up here. He's like, how did you get the tartan bass? I was like, well, I just kind of said that I like purple, and that's what I got. And he was like, up here, well, what if I gave you a guitar? And then I just said I like purple and black because he's thinking, after the Master of Reality colours, see what happens. So I'd like to do that. I'm not sure how I'm going to approach it yet. I do know that Craig's only running one guitar just now. It's like a Gibson SG Standard, and it's black, and it's cool, and it's perfect. He's playing through the most expensive of hand-wired amps with Mullard valves, thousands of pounds worth of rig. All the way, it sounds fucking fantastic. And for the down tune songs, he runs it through a Digitech Whammy, which you can hear as digital. I can hear it immediately. It's not the same as actually tuning the guitar down. So I want to have a second guitar, and he's looking at the cheaper. He doesn't want a matte one, which I totally understand. The SG Specials and all that, with a sort of matte, no paint on them, kind of look a bit crap. He's like, if I bought one of them, do you reckon Jen could paint it for me? So there might be something coming in. I need to talk to Jen about it. What the best way of doing it? Hey, what's that guitar playing? This is a Washburn. This is the Washburn Phoenix. It is a Washburn Raven, though. Actually, while I'm here, I had a Washburn Raven that because I've got the whole Washburn range, but someone had sanded it down all the way around, and it kind of looks a bit like a toilet seat. There's my Washburn Raven. So that was a complete guitar, and then obviously you can see it used to be yellow. See if it was still yellow, that'd be fucking awesome. So it's a great guitar. Absolutely love it. But it kind of looks like one of those wooden toilet seats. And this is obviously some sort of ash. This one I bought for 50 quid, 60 quid. Really badly hand painted red. So I had to set the body I had to sand that right down to nothing with no hardware, just the body and the neck. And I was going to put P90s in it as my P90 wing, because you don't get a P90 wing. It sat for a couple of years, and then when Jen painted that first Stratocaster, which looked fucking amazing, I was going around the following day to finish off her shed. I was up here, I just grabbed the things I had lying about, being this, the Yamaha bass, and that Flying V in bits, because I didn't need to strip them down because we're already stripped, been lying about, just been one of those, been meaning to get to it. And when I got this back, it was like, oh my God, I totally wasn't expecting to look like that. So basically all the good parts came off the other Raven and went on this one. So now that's going to be my P90 Raven. That's my other idea of having a second, what the other guitar I'm allowed to get painted is. I might paint that other Raven and then have it the P90 one. That'd be interesting. It wasn't Mr. Whitestick said it was tripping, someone else who was tripping. Serious question. Over 50 LSD or shrooms, asking for a friend. I shat it at that Wolstonbury. There was folk taking hallucinogenics. To be fair, it was 2:00 in the morning before I got offered any, but I don't know. Maybe on the right. Maybe never. I haven't. I mean, I've not taken. I was in Carnival the last time I took mushies that much, so that was like 2000 odd, round about then. And even by that point, I'd learned that the only way to do that sort of thing is to have everything planned out beforehand, where you're at somebody's house, there's nobody in the house, there's nothing you have to do, and if the worst comes to the worst, you can stay there till 8:00 in the morning. Then you can have a good mushy trip. If there's any external things that have to be done. Like, oh, we have to go to this, and you can't do that. No, and it was like just got a bit more into it. I looked like somebody turned off the big light in the cockpit of Millennium Falcon. Well, possibly, yeah. Yeah, no, I remember. I mean, the thing is that see, which I've not seen, but see this guitar if you were on Mushies. I mean, what are you seeing in that? You know, it's like what does it look like? Because I mean, the colors are insane, and they changed. That's with the UV light on, so that it's kind of highlighting the. Right, actually, if I turn that off, so that's the UV light off. It'll suddenly be a completely different. Well, it looks kind of the same, doesn't it? But it's kind of like, I mean, what the fuck are you looking at there? Honestly, if I had the opportunity to take Mushies again, or if I decided to, I would basically, before I would have the J-Pax guitars lined up so I could just sit and look at these fucking things and try to make sense of it. Sabines are great. Yeah, I know, fine. Hey, really here. 500 Yugi LSD. I don't even know what that means. I don't even know what. Play on guitar, please. I can play on guitar. I've got chord splitting. I've been riding a winning horse for a long, long years. I've been trying to take yourself, running, heading over the sun. Now I start doing. Don't try and do these things drunk. It can't be done. If it was, yeah, let's just. I've lost the confidence of it being in tune. That's one of the things that happens when if you start drinking, but you've already been playing the guitar and you continue playing the guitar, you're fine. What happened there was I played the bass for a wee bit, and then I got leathered into the bucky. Therefore, all abilities out the window. The confidence is gone. It doesn't sound in tune. Put it back. It's terrible. Don't do that. I haven't tried. I don't even know what DMT is. Friend had shrooms and went down town one night. We were lying on the ground laughing at our faces off the cops. Yes. I took Mushies one time and went to King Tut's to see Porcupine Tree. That's the only time I've ever done it outdoors. It was terrible. Goodbye, streams. Perfect time. No, there's got to be in tune. I'm basically, it's the perfect time to just basically throw away the guitar and pick up the wee red bass, because the wee red bass is fucking easy to play. That's one of those ones where, you know, put me in a band with fucking Steve Vai or Paul Gilbert or something like that. Give me this. This being the one that I've got the biggest chance of being okay on, because it's dead easy to play. I hope. I think it will sound good. Probably. We're through the bass, aren't we? Really? Yeah, see, now we're in tune. Or something. Mr. White asked for slap bass. Can't do this. Do slap bass, but. But basically, for slap bass, what you want is a jazz bass pickup, which I don't have, and long scale, which I don't have. So this is designed for, you know, I've never tried bot mushy. The only mushies I ever tried, I shouldn't be talking about this online, are big demonetized. It'd be nice if I didn't get demonetized this week. I have smoked one fag, but I've been trying to lay off it. They're making excuses for me not to get monetized, and I think, to be honest, someone's checked with me bitching about YouTube, because I got a message from the other day saying, "Oh, congratulations, you've got 13,000 comments on your videos." Right here, 13,000 is not really like a landmark. If it was like, "Congratulations, you got 1,000 comments," I'd be like, "You're all right, cool." But I think they're maybe trying to butter me up, and I've also noticed I'm getting a few more comments this week on videos from ages ago. So I think there's maybe a human involved somewhere. I don't know. I'd imagine they probably went a wee bit against me because I kept contesting the demonetization thing, because obviously what's happened is the automatic subtitle generator has come up and it's given something that I didn't say. And I was like, no, I didn't say anything wrong. So I've made a human watch 4 hours of this crap as a job to say, oh, he's not talking about anything offensive. Because I mean, you look at all the things that are banned. I don't talk about any of those. I don't want to talk about those things. So if I did, I didn't. You know what I mean? Kind of bizarre. Hey Thomas, how's it going? Behringer headphones yet? I think all Behringer stuff is great. It's maybe not roadworthy the same way. Like the SM58 type mic is fucking great. If you're using it in the house, brilliant. If you're doing a world tour with it, it might break because it's not as durable, but because it's cheaper. So obviously they've not paid any money for the design, but it won't be made of as good metal and shit. It's a mic. If you're using it in the house, and it doesn't really matter, but it's different if it's going in a flight case and getting wrapped up and flung about the stage every day for 6 months. Maybe it'll break. Yeah, September weekend. Yeah, Mr. Whitestick, Jesus, good stuff. 3,600, congrats. For something. Was it 3,600 something? Andon, do you understand me? What did you say? You're just Russian? Well, there you go. Aye. That was one of the things that the special military, that was what I got apparently fucking demonetized for. I didn't say anything about it. I don't know enough about it. I'm not going to comment on things I don't know about. I will tell you lots of shit about Japanese guitars because I know about them. Don't generally tend to talk about things I don't really know about. But yeah, Andrew, I do understand. I made a legendary spag ball that will see me through the reek. Enough ingredients to choke a donkey. Nice. I think that wee EI prick. That was bizarre. Hey Lee, how's it going? Is that you, Lee, around the corner? Lee from Guitar Street. You. If it is you, then I apologise for not getting back to you because you said something about wanting to talk about a Les Paul, and the night after that, you came round, but I'd forgotten about you. I did text you before I'd seen your text saying, "Shit, I forgot about you. I'm just back just now," and then it was like, yeah. It's only 10 to 11. I've nearly finished my bucky and I'm absolutely steaming. It might have to be. It might not be a super. It's a different Lee. Well, there you go. Well, hey, Lee, you're obviously cool as well. It's like the Lee. Fucking Lee. That's a Tenacious D song about you. Jeez, bro. No, it's good. If you're in Russian, you'll know what this is. If you're in Russia. Apparently the most desirable amp in Russia is the Sovtek, made in Star City, with using ex-Soviet submarine parts, sort of. Best amp in the world. I'm not actually using it just now because it's not brilliant for playing as quiet as you possibly can. It's a 60-watt valve amp, so through a 4x12 or something in the studio, it's fucking amazing. In here, when you're sitting there, it's like, it's like trying to drive a Lamborghini through the parking lot. It's like you can do a 3-point turn in it, but it's not what it's for. It's for going around a race hack at 200 miles an hour. That it does. Kind of what that is. Yeah, man, you seem to peak well before the mainland. Must be the Gulf Stream or something. Yeah, would you get the Gulf Stream? Keep drinking, but I'd love to hear some Caravan or CCR. I could definitely play it. We're gonna have to. Can I get a wee bit of fuzz on this? I'm remembering bits of it. Yeah, get that a little bit. I just, but we used to do. It was Caravan for Richard. We played that at the end. That was definitely pure. I'm sure it was an Aero. That's one of the best riffs ever, though. I can't remember it. I used to be in a Caravan tribute band, hence why I could play Caravan. Shows a close up of the paint job. It's like this is the wee red bass, so this is number 3 before Jen had really fully articulated what she was doing. It's sick. It really is. I think I've got quite a good mix of them though, because this is the original, the first J-Pax guitar ever. Is this Strat, and you can sort of almost see them evolving from this Strat, right? Which is fucking amazing. Number 1. Then there was a number 2, and this is number 3. You know, it's kind of evolving, and then that's number fucking 12 or something. So they kind of started doing sort of mad shit. And then the latest one, which must be 30 something. This is in 2 months. 30 something is Tartan Paint. And that, for me, that's just absolutely another level. She's still coming out with more designs, though, as in ones that don't look. There's an argument for saying that first one is a little bit like this. Apart from this is a bit more funky. It's mental. Hold on, I'm getting a wee bit behind. That buzzing is because I've got a distortion pedal on, which is fine. Oh, I'm getting lost. Right, here we go. Oh, yeah, I'm dumb old. I just talking about Gear for Music, but also was cooking. But yeah, we were kind of pushing really light and weight. But they have another tier called Sub-Zero, and they aren't bad at all. I've had a few Gear for Music guitars, older ones. I bought one by chance. Where did I can't remember. I think maybe Jen bought me at a car boot sale, and it was like Gear for Music, but it was like Gear for Music, and it was written in like sort of script logo, you know, like the MXR script. It was kind of like that. It said Gear for Music, and they were fucking all right. And then I bought another one for a Barras in the Barras for a tenner a couple of weeks later. I was like, they were pretty good, but the ones with the wee cog on them are an altogether cheaper affair. So the earlier ones are maybe better. But they're all right. How's the car, Mark? Could you get it all sorted out? My car's at MOT. I would worry about the MOT. MOTs are so fucking expensive. I basically, you know this, I spent more on the MOT of my car than I did when I bought the car. And I don't know what it's like anywhere else in the world, but here we've got a mad fascist right-wing government, which is getting demonetized, but not in the European Union or anything like that. So everything's fucking doubled in price. And I looked up when I heard how much it was going to cost to fix my guitar. I was like, the guy in the garage that up here, well, it's £600 minimum if you get a mates rates thing. I did, but it was still that amount, and it was like that's what I paid for the car 3 years ago. So I thought, right, well, I'll go on, just buy another one that's 3 years newer for the same price. No, the cheapest one I could find instead of being 650 quid was 1,500 quid, and it was 3 years older. It was the same age as the ones I was looking at, and it was only petrol ones, whereas I was looking at petrol ones were coming in at 600, but the diesel ones were 1,200, and I managed to get a diesel one because I wanted to get 100 miles or 92 miles to the gallon when I was going down to downloads. Diesel's obviously it's a bit more polluting, but it's more efficient. And actually, it's less polluting. But I know the MOTs are fucking shocking. Just got to keep them going. Hey Bjorn Biff, how's it going? It's like, hey Mally Malco, hey Bjorny again. Yeah, you should definitely you should change it. You should get the Ian Gillan Black Sabbath album called Born Again with Born Again, but you could just change it to be Bjorn Again. You're Bjorn Again. Actually, a really good song. With those J-Pax basses, you got to wear white so they can be seen. Sort of, yeah. I think maybe wearing black's all right. Actually, I was talking to Craig he's the guitarist from the Sabbath band, and I was just talking away. And because Jen's gone pure viral, he's obviously friends with her, because everyone's friends with her, because you see the guitars and go, oh, they're mental. Click on that on her page. She went from, was it 1,700 followers a month ago, and she hit 10,000 the other night, just in a month from doing guitars. There's a lot of hate, but there's a lot of things. She puts up a post somewhere showing the guitars, and then somebody says, "You're fucking sick doing that, you bitch, die." And then she gets 50 comments of folk going, "Who is this cunt saying they're a bastard? Wow, this is pure amazing." So it's like that, and it's kind of backfired. Whoever the trolls are that say, "Oh, you can't do that." I mean, I just, and some degrees, I do understand that if you're someone's taking a really, really nice and rare guitar and then painting it and ruining it, Jen's not doing that at all. She's picking up Squire Strats, like a boring black Squire Strat. There's millions of them, and then painting it amazing. So some folk are just jealous, I think. But a telly-style baritone, a Darkwood Burr, pretty £300. Well, that sounds all right. NIB. Yeah, I don't have a wah-wah for NIB. I could play it. Actually, my NIB solo from Wolstonbury was quite bad. But as I was saying there, when I was talking about Craig's up here, yeah, I want to see some of them up close. The JPEGs, because they look fucking amazing in the pictures. So I was like, up here, they look much better up close. He's like, well, do you want to bring one into the studio so I can see it? And it's like, because I've never seen one in person. It's like, dude, we were playing Wolstonbury last week. Remember, I was playing the bass and you were playing the guitar. I was playing this one and that one. So you have seen them. And he's like, up here, oh, yeah. Yeah, I don't remember though. Do you want to bring them on? But I was wearing a Buckfast hoodie. So it didn't really show up. The MOT is a mofo. Government trying to take my ride 4 years ago. Take your ride, yeah. Yeah, Gear for Music. I think it's from still from Germany, but yeah, I mean, they're all right. The tunes are too hard. The Shims are afraid to come up with it. Mott. This will cost a lot. Yes. Catch you later, Jess. And cheers for being my single super chatter. Not that I'm saying all you other bastards should give me £1 and ask something, but yeah, Jess is the man who basically gives me more money than YouTube does. Pretty much. Bjorn to be Wild. That deserves a bit of how do I get distortion? So I can play both the guitar and the bass on the same thing. Get your motor running. Head out on the highway, looking for adventure, and whatever comes our way. Yeah, nothing gonna make it happen. Take the world in a loving basement. Fire all of your guns at once and fight for them to space. I like smoking lightning, heavy metal thunder. I can wish the wind. I'm feeling that I'm under. Yeah, nothing gonna make it happen. Take the world in a loving basement. Fire all of your guns at once and explode into space. And like a true nature's child, we were born to be wild. We can climb so high, I never wanna die. Born to be wild. Yeah, he should release a line on Malco painted bass guitars limited edition. I think the problem is I can't do the art thing. To be fair, I have done quite a few of this kind of thing, but not as good. I mean, this, my blazer, which Joachim, if he's on, will see. This is I painted this one, and it's not. I mean, I'm wanting some credit for the idea of painting guitars. but not proper. I've just always liked bright coloured guitars, and funny looking ones. You know, it's like I'm not one for. I don't really see very much sexy in a black Strat with a white scratch plate, even if it's a really good Strat. It's like, oh, black with a white scratch plate. That's kind of boring as fuck. I'm sorry, it just comes in that way. I like silly coloured ones, and it's the fact that these are coming out as one-offs, and it's amazing. So have you done singing lessons? That sounds sarcastic. Of course I haven't done singing lessons. No, I don't know how to do it. No, we can't read Russian. I don't know. The only thing I can read in Russian is, see on the front of this amp, it says Kaduno, which I always thought, no, it doesn't say Kaduno. It actually said, oh, fucking it's written down there. The letter that looks like C isn't a C. That's not a U, it's an N. And they're like backwards letters. It actually says Siberia, and it's pronounced in Russian Siberia. Is how you say Siberia. And although it looks like it fucking says Kaduno, it doesn't. It actually says Siberia because all the letters are different. But no, sorry, Andon, I don't know how to speak Russian. Although inside my amp is all backwards K's and all that stuff. It's amazing. Someone talking about Mick Taylor's and Brian Jones. Yeah. It's a combination of brains to speak Russian. No, it isn't. It's a combination of trying to speak Russian. Not that I'm saying I can or I can speak any other languages, but I don't know if it's not necessarily being clever. The Mick Taylor years were awful good in the Stones. They were the most, I don't know. The thing is, you can't really knock Brian Jones for playing the weird instrument. You know, Under My Thumb, Paint It Black. You know, but it's like, sorry, I had to fart there. You know, it's like the sitar and Paint It Black. I mean, how can there be a better song than Paint It Black without that Brian Jones or, you know, boo doo 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 boom boo doo. He's one of those folk that could just make a tune out of any old crap. But I mean, the best Stones albums are the Mick Taylor. It's you're well, Stones albums that you have that are proper high tier. For me, Satanic Majesty's Request, not for anyone else. Beggar's Banquet, Let It Bleed, not quite as good as Beggar's Banquet, but that's where the Mick Taylor era comes in. Sticky Fingers, banger. Exile on Main Street, less than the first four, and Goat's Head Soup, about level with. And then other ones, there's good ones and ones that are fun. I like Voodoo Lounge. I like the sort of cheesy ones, the Some Girls and all that. But if you're the Stones, they don't do good albums. Beggar's Banquet and Sticky Fingers are awesome albums, even if you don't like the Stones. They're the best of what they can do. Mumford and Sons. Yes, there you go. I don't even know what Mumford and Sons are. Original British Stones LPs have great solid covers, shiny covers too. What, you mean the actual covers of the records? Yes. I've got all the Stones albums. All of them. Including the very expensive ones. Where they've got like what's it called? A laminated flip back sleeve. I would show you one if I thought any of the records that were down there had the laminated flip back sleeve, but no, I've got them all. There was a fence. I could have put it up to the mic if you want. I don't know. I was farting really bad. When my pal came around the other day to drop off his Pacifica, I had the windows open. I just farted. It was really. I don't remember eating anything specifically smelly, but sometimes it was like pure. I got a message. I'll be around at 1:30 or whatever it was, and I was like, "Pure God, it's 1:20. It fucking all I can smell is my own farts." I had the windows open. I was going to apologize, but fuck it. I'm ashamed to admit you don't really know much of the Stones, the Who have a different story. I don't know. These are my bands. The Stones have better albums. The Who are amazing. I'm fucking Q2 fan. Don't get me wrong, John Entwistle, God, you know what I mean. But they don't really have that many albums that are just absolute bangers. Put it on, listen to it all the way. It's amazing. Who's next? Obviously. If Tommy didn't have the original Tommy didn't have Amazing Journey with that going through it, possibly Tommy, but their albums aren't really that good. If you're to listen to the Who, you kind of have to. Somebody's got to make you up a compilation tape You get bits of the Isle of Wight, bits of Live at Leeds, bit of Who's Next, bit of Quadrophenia. You end up with a great album, but there's not any amazing Who albums apart from Who's Next. Whereas the Stones have Satanic Majesty's Request, Beggar's Banquet, Let It Bleed, Sticky Fingers, and XL Main Street, and Goat's Head Soup as a run of albums that are put them on and they're good all the way through. You kind of make a story. It's good. So, but basically, the thing with the Stones is, what's the best Stones album? And to be honest, it's a greatest hits called Hot Rocks, because all the singles are on it. Their earlier albums they're good, but they're not bang. I don't know. It's not really what they were doing. Prefer the Who over the Stones? I don't know. The thing is that there's a lot of things I don't like about the Stones, but and it's the thing I'm kind of getting Scott, because he doesn't like the Stones, he doesn't like the Who either. Kind of going niggle. But I mean, it's like there's a personal choice in these things. I mean, I do kind of like Van Halen. I don't like Stevie Ray Vaughan. They're kind of his favourite, so it's a bit hammer with it. It's like, no, it's like there is a taste element. It's not a case of being right and wrong. There is but I mean, some of the Who stuff is fucking the best you can get. It's just, I do agree that they don't really have the coherence to put it all in an album at one time. You have to listen to all of the Who and kind of pick out bits to end up with something amazing. Brit band 60s, I say the Kinks, the Who, the Small Faces, the Move, the Beatles, in that order. The Kinks are not very high up in mine. The Move are fucking amazing. The Move are the ones that deserve much more than they got. Totally. The Move are just fucking sick. Again, they do have a slight problem with singles and albums, as in the Move albums, they're not quite there. I bought a Move The Anthology box set, which was the albums and the singles on a 3-disc thing, and it was fucking killer. And then after that, I got a hold of the albums, and the albums kind of didn't have the B-sides and stuff, which kind of make sense. But I mean, the Who are unbelievable. Malka Gaskar. Gatefold sleeves. The joy of these albums that may have been minced, but that for gatefold sleeves, and then it's the thing. As soon as I bought a CD player when I was, I don't know, 15 or something, and almost immediately after that, I found out you could buy old records for cheap, so I could buy 10 records for the price of one CD, and I was picking up Deep Purple and Black Sabbath and all that in these 10 records. But it was the whole thing of just having this, and there's also an element of on a record having the one side thing. Because when I was started listening, Voodoo Lounge was one of the first CDs I bought. It's like 80 minutes long. 80 minutes is too long for one shot. Even if it's a double album, so it could technically be, you put on 20 minutes, and then after 20 minutes, there's a break, because you either have to turn the record over or put something else on. So that's kind of why my videos tend to end up being 20 minutes long, because I'm so used to putting on records for 20 minutes, and after the first side, you either decide whether you put the other side on or you put something else on, but it's the attention span of 20 minutes. Saw the Who last month. All right, there you go. Wow, that's pretty good. I saw the Who in 1997, the first time I saw them, playing the Quadrophenia tour in London. It was awesome. 23 years old. I mean, let's be honest, at 23 years old, I've got socks older than you. And t-shirts that I still wear older than you are. Hot Rocks recorded in cassette, Ruby Tuesday, Jumpin' Jack. Oh, it's fucking the only thing that lets X-Paps that lets Hot Rocks down, it's got Midnight Rambler on it. If Hot Rocks didn't have Midnight Rambler on it, you're fucking away with just absolute class all the way. The Nucleus at VLO, the Move, sort of, yes. But to be honest, yeah, the first ELO certainly was the Move. Because they decided they didn't want to do the Move anymore, so they became ELO, did ELO 1, and then they had a record company thing where they had to do another Move album, even though it was all the same people that were in the band. So they threw out the stuff they didn't have and some extra singles. So just to get rid of it, that's called Message from the Country, that album. We'll just throw that out. And it's got a fucking #1 or a top 10 single on it called California Man. So suddenly it's like they've already stopped the band and created their new band ELO, but ELO, they've released the album, but the Move album fucking had California Man on it. So there's this. But Message from the Country by the Move is fucking amazing. Spinal Tap. No, I was actually watching a wee bit of Spinal Tap recently. There's a Spinal Tap 2. It's on YouTube. Which is like it's like maybe half concert footage or some gig they did in the Royal Albert Hall, but there's still extra stuff in it. The thing that really got me with Spinal Tap was none of it's scripted, which you might go, what do you mean none of it? It isn't, and it makes sense. So basically what they did was they went on tour with various bands, Saxon and stuff like that. And the whole time they were talking about this band that they were in, making shit up. So they had a story and a backstory. And then in the film documentary, they didn't know what questions they were going to get asked. So they were asked a question about what you do here. And they've spent 6 months working out this band they're in. So they're in character and they're answering as their characters, but they don't actually know what the questions are. That's why they work out the way they are. And once you know that and you watch it again, it makes total perfect sense. So none of it was scripted. And the whole thing about, it's amazing. I forgot to see The Who. They were playing at Downloads and I forgot. First year, it's great. The Gatefold version. I couldn't tell you, but I've got the first one. It's definitely the original print. I couldn't tell you whether it's a gatefold or not, though. It's basically a light bulb sitting on a wooden floor. So I've got the first Harvest one. I've definitely got it. Cheap Trick, California Man. Well, I don't know. Cheap Trick again. They kind of passed me by. I think I've got their Budokan records, and I was like, I don't really. They're all right, but they've got the Dream Police. So I heard that on rock radio and I looked at the video. The Dream Police is fucking amazing. But to counteract that completely, they've got what's the one that I don't like? Doobie-doo, 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 yeah. I want you to love me. I don't like that one. That's too cheesy. But the Dream Police are coming every day. Fucking amazing. But I don't like that. I didn't know Cheap Trick covered it. Rewatched Quadrophenia. I've not seen Quadrophenia in years. Quadrophenia always pissed me off because the record tells more of a story than the film, which isn't really the record is like Quadrophenia is like schizophrenia, but that's 2 personalities, where on the record it's 4 personalities. You've got like the bin man, the mod. I don't know what they are, but they all take one of the personalities each, and it's kind of a bit complicated. As if you've just lived your whole life. Liam Gallagher thought Spinal Tap was real. I don't know, man. He probably wouldn't have got a lot of the jokes in it. I think a lot of people. That's the first ever mockumentary. I don't know. I mean, I'd heard of Spinal Tap and I couldn't believe how funny it was the first time I watched it. I've got the DVD, obviously, when it came out, and it was like there was another. If you imagine Spinal Tap being one film, was it 90 minutes? It's got a director's commentary on it with them in character on it, so it's basically another 90 minutes of film. Even though you're watching the original film, they're talking over the top in character, and it's amazing. But there's also another 90 minutes of stuff that never get used for the first film, so it's basically another film. And it's got a commentary. So basically, if you buy the DVD of Spinal Tap, you get the Spinal Tap, and 3 other films that are all 90% as funny, but the bits that didn't go in. Yeah, the amp capo was basically the whammy pedal. Yeah, that was quite silly. Now Spinal Tap they're hilarious. But these things that the Stonehenge thing, that was Black Sabbath, and the falling over during the first song when he's playing a solo and having to get picked up was Nigel Oliver, who's a guitarist in Saxon. That happened to him because they were playing Strong Arm of the Law, and he comes out and plays this riff, dunk dunk dunk, and he's got like a whole 4 bars on his own. Dunk dunk slipped on his ass. And he was lying there, but he couldn't stop playing the guitar, and he literally and Spinal Tap were on tour with him at this point because they were just these American guys from a film who were giving them, £100 a night to tag along, sort of thing. And he fell over, and he he had to play he was playing the riff, so he had to lie down and the roadies picked him up. And that genuinely happened. That's what happened to Spinal Tap. Real schizophrenia. I don't even really know what schizophrenia. That's bipolar. I don't really know. I don't know. There was a wee mod, Ace Face in the 80s, Scooter and all that. Loved the Who. Then a couple of years ago, Dodger Daltrey turned out to be a complete a-hole and I was really sad for a week. It's a shame. Got with his Brexiting. Yeah. I went to see Daltrey last year, the year before, in Armadillo, and he was like, pure, it's pure. Oh, it's this guy. We're doing this tour, and I've got the musicians and stuff, and we're doing 14 dates, and we don't even break even until the 12th date. And it's like, yeah, Brexit supporting bastard. Didn't shout that out, but could have. I don't think he means badly. He's just an arsehole, and he always comes across as a bit of a dick. He's not really a musician. That knows Big Bottoms. One of the things I saw was when they were playing Live 8, the Live Earth thing, Live Earth 8, or whatever it's called. And they've got the bass players. If you've not seen that, I don't. We watched it on TV live up at my pal Andy's house. I was talking to him last night. I don't remember seeing Spinal Tap on it, but it's on YouTube and it's like pure. Yes, here's a song. It's called Big Bottom, and on the bass we've got. And then he cycled through. Well, basically all of Metallica. James Hetfield, Metallica on bass. Lars on bass. Or I don't know if Lars is playing, but definitely the bass player and the two guitars from Metallica are in it. The bass player from Madonna. The bass, all the Beastie Boys all playing bass. And so they've got like 20. And basically everybody who plays bass in the whole concert is on stage playing. I wasn't the mods, but see, me and my pal Steesh, when I was like 16, 17, we'd seen Quadrophenia, and used to be this guy that kicked about Lindsay, an old guy who had like one of those Tomos mopeds. And every time we saw him, we would just go, we are the mods when he drove past. Until one time we're walking down Beach Road, the two of us, steaming, as you do. Saw him coming, we are the mods. And he fucking did a turn and turned away, and it was like, oh no, shit. He's obviously thinking that he was going to get beaten up, and it's like, no, we were just thinking it was funny, so we never did it again. I felt really bad. About that. Every time I see the footage of Sting, I always want to say Bellboy. Yeah, Sting's all right. The thing is that for me, Sting is his best role ever is in Dune, whereas pure Sting. I remember watching Dune, and it's like I'd read the books. But the film's terrible. I read the books. The film's pure terrible. So I bought the DVD and watching it. And the first hour or something is just, this is perfect. Why is everyone saying this is terrible? And it's like even right down to the bit where it's like Fade Ruther comes in. And it's like, it comes out. He's like sort of like teleported in Star Trek style. And it's just Sting with no top on, wearing like leather underpants, like oiled up, pure going. And it's like pure, wow, it's fucking perfect. Like the first hour of the original David Lynch film is fucking brilliant. And then it just goes, like, what the fuck happened? Pure terrible. But I mean, it's an amazing film if they'd finished it, but they didn't finish it. Basically, they did the first hour of a 4-hour film, and then they put all the rest of the story in for half an hour after it, pure, just to try and make it finish. It was terrible. I've seen Status Quo about 4 times. 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm not about 4 times. Actually, 4 times. They're good. What's a good David Lynch film? I don't know really who David Lynch is. I know what he looks like. Dune is amazing. But it's like one of those ones. It's kind of like, see, when you when you listen to the album, Tommy, you listen to it and it's fucking amazing. But it could be super amazing if just they'd had another week in the studio, so they had enough money to actually put, the overdubs on. Whereas it doesn't. There's not really any electric guitar in it because they ran out of time. So it's like all these things. It's kind of like that. I don't even know if I know any David Lynch films. I know he did a Razorhead, but I've never seen it. Only seen PS2 commercials. There you go, possibly. I need to watch it. It might make sense to me. There is one or two. I just can't think what the ones I'm thinking of are. I've kind of got a wee bit into films recently. Especially watching the old Sergio Leone westerns. Are just like, it's kind of hard to compare them. It's not like, see, like Marvel films or something. They are just absolutely shit compared to real films. Because I always thought that, obviously, you think same thing kind of happens with music as well. You think, well, how can it possibly be as good as it was in the late 60s and early 70s? But there is other stuff. You have to fight for it a little bit, and there's a lot of shit, but there is stuff that's worthy. Fair enough, like, from 65 to 72 or something, you've just got this golden era of just joy, but there is other stuff. You just got to get in there. I need to watch Eraserhead. I did try and watch it maybe 20 years ago, and it didn't make any sense to me, and I didn't enjoy it. But sometimes you're in the right mood. Sometimes, I don't know. Maybe I am a little bit more arty now than I have been ever recently. I mean, if you'd asked me 6 months ago, I'm an artist. I'm not an artist. No. But talking to Jen, who I have absolutely no doubt, JPAX, she's an artist, right? There's an awful lot of shit we kind of agree on, and it's like pure, I do that. Oh, yeah, I get that. Oh, yeah. So, I mean, I think I kind of am an artist in that respect. I mean, it's like the psychology of it. I kind of am. Like the Buckycasters are all they are art. It's not just a case of doing something that's known, it's unknown. So you're kind of questing into the unknown. And so, I mean, I'm not a music, an artist in general, whether it's music or putting guitars together or something. I'll go for it. I use the A word. I am an artist and an asshole, but an artist as well. Outlaw Josie Wales. It's pretty good. It's not as good as The Good, the Bad, the Ugly, though. It's like I haven't found one that's as good as The Good, the Bad, the Ugly, but I don't mind watching it ever. I always remember the cover of that video. Hard out my days. Would you say you value aesthetics over productivity? Yes. Well, that's it. I mean, it's like the thing. It's like, see, I never. When I was doing Buckycasters, people were asking me to make them one, and it's like I can't make you one because I've got to accept what it is before I'm willing to put it out. It's not just a case of put it together. That's fine. Just put it together. No, move that until I'm happy with it. Which doesn't happen if you give me a guitar to paint and turn into a Buckycaster. I want a Buckycaster. Okay, here's a Squire Strat. I want you to turn this in, and I want a humbucker and a single coil. It's like, pure, that's not me. I'm not happy doing that. I struggle because that's not different. That's normal, which is what Jen's going through with these. It's like, if you ask to get something like this, obviously it's possible to sort of copy this, but this has a flow. This started off as something. It evolved through something else. It evolved to something else. And then I got it and put black hardware on it and finished it in conjunction with what it should have been. And it was the right choice, but it's like that. It's the same, even like something like the Tartan one. I had no idea what that was going to be. I totally understand this because I've done it myself with guitars, although not as arty. I can't do portraits or shit like that, but still the aesthetic thing is there with me. Same, even just comes down to things that are silly, like like the volume knobs on your bass or your guitar. The right ones, I don't know what the right ones are, but the right ones can make a guitar ugly or amazing looking, just changing the volume knobs. Such a small thing. It's like choosing these things. Cigarette rolling's an art form. Well, you get used to it. Just because cigarettes are so fucking expensive. Lots of art holes in Edinburgh right now. It's the festival. Yeah, but you get pretentious art people who want to be artists. That's the difference. I didn't want to be an artist. I just kind of. I've been saying 6 months ago. You'd asked me if I'm an artist, and I said no. But now I realise I kind of am. But it's all brain shit. I don't like things because it's a difference between. It's your own choice. what you see in this is not probably what I see. I've seen plenty of art stuff, and it's like pure, yeah, that's quite nice. It doesn't move me. This does. Something in the chaos in this makes sense to me. I was like, I couldn't help but see. I'm not seeing it just now, but see like a beach with water, which I don't see just now. But in one of the other videos I did, you totally see it. It's like, here's the sandy beach, here's the water, there's waves and shit. That's a starfish. But I mean, it's not there. It's not designed to look like that. It's chaos, but because it's chaos, your brain says, I'm going to make sense of this, and you end up seeing shit. Ridiculous. Practice daily. Aye, Mr. White, you need to learn some easy shit. Learn some Bob Dylan. There you go, Mr. Whitesnake. Because you can play quite hard stuff badly, and it's like, well, you should be able to play really easy stuff well. But I mean, you are totally improving. It's quite enjoyable to watch, actually. Just seeing you go up here. I'm actually, that's making sense. I'm understanding what you're trying to do. Who wants ice cream? Johnny Vegas with, I don't know that. But yeah, a lot of the Edinburgh Festival's a big thing. Have I played the Edinburgh Festival? I get a feeling I have. I can't think why. When did I play the Edinburgh Festival? I think I played Blind Doug, the Edinburgh Festival, and Bannerman's. Did I play with Jesse at the Edinburgh Festival? I can't remember. I've been to see a few things. Yeah. Folks are watching Rust Valley Restorers. The big guys are catchers. This wee sidekick remind me of Cheech and Chong after they chucked in the hash. Did they ever chucked in the hash? I don't know. Is it on telly, front row? I just don't watch telly. I've been watching again. I have to say it's the third way through. Star Trek Continues on YouTube. If you're a Star Trek fan in any way, check out Star Trek Continues. It's really fucking good. As a whole, it's better than the original Star Trek, but it's just like a fan-made thing from about 10, 15 years ago. And it's like just a guy that doesn't look like Kirk playing Kirk and that, but it's just that the thought that's gone into it is beautiful. It's amazing. And it's 20 times better than fucking Star Trek Discovery or anything like that. It's like, check out Star Trek Continues just on YouTube. It's free. John Otway. Oh, John Otway is amazing. I do like John Otway. I've seen him a few times. I think I saw him twice in the 1 year. What was it? They had he made a good joke. They had when I saw him in 2003 or something like that. The guitarist in his band had written a song for an advert or something that had done quite well. And obviously John Otway, I can't remember which song it is, has one hit single. So is that pure? Yeah, is that pure? Yeah. So what it means is because we've got this new song, which they played now, we've just played, now our greatest hits album has the S at the end. It's up here, yeah. So it's not greatest shit, it's actually greatest hits because there's two on it, more than one. No, I do like him. John Otway's hilarious. Have you seen his double neck guitar? He's got like two necks like that, like Michelangelo Battio, but there's a hinge between them. So he's kind of playing them and he kind of fucking slaps them together. It's ridiculous. He's a funny guy though. I do like him. Really weird. Yeah, cigarettes are £12 a packet. Yeah, you can buy a pound of picture for 20. You should have quit smoking. I should have quit smoking now. It's like you're talking £12 a packets, $12 a pack. That's about £10. It's no, maybe that is about the same. Maybe it is. I don't know. Is it about £10 for 20? Aye, okay, they're the same price. Yeah, it's just not on. But you're right, Jack. Now you should stop smoking. I should stop smoking. The problem is the roll-ups are easier. I wouldn't smoke. I can't smoke bags anymore. Not, paying. I think it was up to £10-12 a day for the cheapest fags. You're smoking 20 and that's it done. It's like pure. I don't know, for that money you get the rolling back. It was last 3 days, which is still a £5 a day, which is shit. But it's better than £15 a day. Jennifer, demonetized? Yeah, I know. I hope not. I hope not. Drinking and smoking. I'm not condoning it. It's not good. Oh, should I start smoking? No, fuck off. Don't start smoking. Jesus, no, it's terrible. And it's not cool. You just kind of get stuck. It's better than smoking weed, I suppose. Maybe. That's kind of where I was a wee bit. But I still haven't done it. But see, if it wasn't for milk, I would get into tea, because tea is a similar sort of thing. I don't pure love tea, but I always drink it over at Scott's because it's got that thing. Like the whole idea about sitting down having a smoke takes you a couple of minutes to roll it, a minute or 2 minutes to roll it, and then you've got to sit for 5 minutes not doing anything else while you smoke it, which is what the fag thing is. It's that whole, right, I need a break from whatever I'm doing. I'll stop and have a fag, and you've got 5 minutes where you're just sitting smoking a fag, not doing anything else. So it brings you out of whatever it is you're fucking trying to do, and then it's a relaxing thing. Whereas a cup of tea is like that, because you've got to make the cup of tea, and then you got to sit with, and then you've got 5 minutes to drink the cup of tea, which you can't do anything else because you're doing that. And then once you've had, then you can go back to whatever you're doing. It's like that. That's the reason, which is shit. I quit smoking 7 years ago and switched to vaping. The hardest thing to quit was the first time in the morning with your coffee. Yes, I get that. I don't drink coffee, but I do drink fucking energy drinks, which is worse than coffee. It's got the caffeine, but it's just got pure super sugar hit. And the thing is, it gets to the point of I've been struggling without it. I have to have a can of Monster, like someone has to have their cup of coffee. I don't need to. Sometimes I drink 2 cans that have been known. If I drink 3, I feel sick. I can't do that in a day. But that's the same thing with coffee. It's like I do enjoy it, but you feel funny after it. It's kind of not good. Mind you, that comes in with the Bucky. The reason I can drink the Bucky is because it's got caffeine in it, which keeps me awake. Whereas if I was just drinking beers just now, and thanks for the likes. Fuck's sake. The actual number of likes are bigger than the number of people watching. Woo! Amazing. Oh. But yeah, no, I'd basically given up smoking. I'm going to have to do it at some point. I'd love to. I would. I drink coffee and beer. Well, beer, I don't know. The problem is I just don't really. The first beer. No. The first drink I actually enjoyed for the sake of actually having a drink was one time I was out with my dad in his boat just outside Inverary. And we were water skiing. It was the first time I'd ever gone up on anyone on the chalet site had ever got up on one ski. It was behind my dad's Bayliner. It had a 7-liter V8 engine on it, and everyone get up on 2 skis and then you drop a ski to go onto one. And for 5 years at least, the 3 people who were water skiing were trying to do the one ski start, couldn't do it. Just fails all the way. And then that one time I was out with my dad, and I got up on the 2 skis, dropped one. That was fine. I fell in, but it was fucking miles away to get the original ski. I was like, just try me. Just give me a mono start just to try it. And I fucking got up first go. Or no, I didn't get up first go, but I very nearly got up. And I was up here, and his dad circled around again with the boat, and he's like, up here, you wee bastard, you nearly got up. He was like, I think it's the first time I ever heard my dad swear. I was like, yeah, again, and I got up. And then after that, went round, and he dropped me off where the other ski was. I got back in the boat, and he was just sitting there like that. Pierre, I really fucking hate you. My own dad telling me this because they'd been spending. This is the first time I'd ever tried getting up on one ski, a deep water mono start. But he had wee dumpy bottles of Strongbow, and I was like, "Have you got anything to drink?" And I was like, expecting like a Coke or something. I was like, "'Cause I don't drink normally." I was like, I've got wee bottles of Strongbow. Do you want one in? Like a wee dumpy bottle, and it was delicious. And I really enjoyed it. That was the first drink I ever enjoyed for not getting drunk, just be a drink. And then after that, the next one I got was when I was in China, and I was buying, going into these restaurants where they were hand making you fucking chili shit and all that. It was fucking amazing. And it was like up here, you could buy a can of Coke for £1, or you could buy a bottle of beer for £1, but the bottle of beer was that size. So I bought the bottle of beer, and I really enjoyed it. So there is a possibility of enjoying the taste of booze, but it doesn't happen very often. Whistle Binkies, I've heard of that. Guinness coffee beer is fantastic stuff. Yeah. Well, I quite like the taste of coffee, but coffee's got... There's something that's in coffee and it's in Red Bull, right, that isn't in Rockstar and Monster. Because although I like it at the time, after having a Red Bull or a coffee, an hour later, I'm kind of... Something's happening. What's going on? Like that, which I don't get from Bucky and I don't get from... So it must be a different type of caffeine, maybe. But I really need to sort this bass. It's so fucking annoying. See, if I put the volume up, it's... The tone control activates. The tone control doesn't activate when you've got the volume at anything other than full. So there you go. I'm just... Tone control on full. That's fine. You know, there we go. And I'll just turn the volume down to 9 or 8. The tone control doesn't do anything. Really annoying. The thing is, I've only got one B500K volume pot, which I was going to put in this. I bought it for that Epiphone Explorer I'm going to sell. I used to buy the long shaft ones to go through the woods. The volume control in that is an alpha fucking pot, an A1, which means that it goes from between 10 and 7 is full volume and nothing. And I just like... John Carter, if you're on, I know you like that other pot. I want my volume pot to be 10 is full bung, 5 is about half bung, and 0 is off. I don't want 10 is full bung, 8 is half bung, 6 is completely off. I want the whole volume pot to go from nothing to 10, not to go from nothing. We're on 1, 10. I want the whole sweep, which you don't get with an alpha pot. I never smoked. My dad smoked Capstan full strength and made me smoke one when I was about 14. Absolutely vile. Booze, on the other hand, had me McEwen's Export at the age of 7. On McEwen's Export. Actually, I saw... What was it I saw in Home Bargains? Sweetheart Stout. You still get it in Home Bargains. Marijuana and coffee. Well, I think that's maybe... I was... When I used to smoke weed, it was like it was Rockstar, which I don't... They changed the recipe. Rockstar and weed was like... It's basically your marijuana and coffee, yeah. I don't know. Bad for you. Bad for you. So that's a bottle, and I don't think I've got any more booze. What time is it? Oh, it's 11:15. I can actually stop. Fucking yes. I'll go on to my... This is not antifreeze, right? But basically, I had to stop drinking. This, I've been drinking. You get this. This is in Home Bargains. It's 50 pence. It's Oshi, right? Which is fine. It is blue. So it's like raspberry slush puppy flavour. And it's 50p and it's no calories, and it actually tastes pretty good for something that's 50p and no calories. I can drink it no problem. But I did at one point when the last time, was it before download? It was before download the year before. I had a big fucking tub of antifreeze to put in the windscreen washer, and I was like, I can't. It's like a big fucking gallon thing. I was like, I'll pour it into something. Oh, I've got a bottle of juice, and I basically poured it into one of these, so I had a nozzle, and it was that exact color out of this, and that gave me the fear a little bit because I saw windscreen wash in this container looking identical to this that was put in the car, and it was like, right, I'm throwing this fucking away because it was terrible. Aye. Sweetheart Stout. I don't even know what Sweetheart Stout. It might be quite nice. I mean, there is an element of being able... I mean, I found it really at gigs and stuff like that. If I'm driving and stuff, I can have a Magners and enjoy it. It's just one of those things that, being Scottish, perhaps, it's like what you drink, not just to get drunk. And it's like, because I mean, I've always just drunk to get drunk. That's why you drink. I don't drink for fun. What's the point in having one beer? Because it's not an enjoyable thing. But I mean, it can be. Neil, I haven't put the JDP bass up in Gumtree yet. Malcolm had a shot of it the other night, and it's great. But if I do sell it, I think I need a short scale bass. Yeah. I mean, it's just a case of finding the right one. I mean, if I've been looking, I've not seen another one. I'm obviously on the lookout for another one of these because this is just the best bass in the world. Before I replaced all the parts on it and got it painted like this, there's something about this bass is just amazing. It's like that thing when you get people who buy it, oh, I bought a Squire and upgraded all the parts. You go, what's the point in doing that? This was already amazing. And when I got it painted, I put another pickup in it. I've told you before because I figured that if I could get the pickups closer to the strings without popping, it would be louder for playing the amp. But I put these Washburn pickup. It was much better. And then when I got it painted, it was like the silver bits kind of didn't look right. So I put black bits on it, which involved Gotoh tuners and a high mass bridge. And now the volume control's not working, so it will be getting expensive stuff. But it was already fucking amazing. I wasn't taking something that was shit and trying to make it good. I was taking something that was already as stock with the 20-year-old strings on it, and Mankey was already brilliant, and it's just amazing. My Yamaha broad bass. Yes, I've seen the broad bass. It's a terrible name, but I mean, it's Yamaha, so it's obviously going to be amazing. What is the original make and model, that short scale? This is an Encore. I don't know what the model is. Just Encore bass. And if it looks like this one, so you get two knobs really close together and got a sort of Fendery headstock. It's amazing. When I paid a tenner for this, it was 100% going to be made into a double neck or something because it was only a tenner. Yeah, I could buy it. And I said, if you watch the video of me when I went to get it, I put the link in whatever it was, the one where I painted it. You see me looking at this, and then I was sitting on top of the campsies with the wee battery amp sitting on a metal picnic bench, which you could pure hear because the wind was pure vibrating through it and it was coming through the camera. And it's like me going up here, right, let's hit a bum dum, and I'm just going, that what? This shouldn't be like this. It's an Encore, for fuck's sake. Why is this amazing? Even with 20-year-old strings, fucking Mankey, it was still, this is special. And then it's like, I took it round to Scott's. I was like, up here, look, have a shot of this. What is it with it? And he was like, up here, what, just a shite bass? And he puts up here, this is, yeah, what? This is, aye, yeah. What is it about this? Amazing. Oh. Well, I don't know. It didn't have the only one I've seen that was anything like it when I bought this, when I got it home and I started going, why is this so fucking good? It was a black one, which was exactly the same, and it had a Made in India sticker here. So I think this is an Indian one, yes. And it was, the thing was, I was looking at it, it was up here, but it's one of those ones you skip through and you go up here, Encore, mint, 3/4 size bass. He wants 140 quid for it. Fuck off. Honestly, 140 quid for this bass. The way it was with the 2 saddle thing makes a fiver for another bridge to get the 4 saddle one. The tuners weren't shit. They're the same as the ones you get in a Squire Bronco. The pickup wasn't shit. It was all right. It's awful good for that if you can find one. But I mean, I keep looking for them because I mean, it's the sort of thing you just expect to find. I paid a tenner for it. That's what the joke was. It was a tenner bass. I was not expecting it to be right. I mean, I took it into the fucking studio with the Black Sabbath band, like a week after I bought it, just going, I'm going to play this bass. I'm sorry. Craig was just, I know you're bringing in lots of ridiculous basses, but I have to draw the line at an Encore. So I no, but it's fucking really good. And as soon as I played the first song on it, with Brian the singer, I was like, that bass sounds fucking brilliant. See, yeah, Craig, fuck you. It was that kind of thing. I'm assuming they're all like this. I don't know. It's got a certain special something. Even what was the bass I had a couple of weeks ago? The Quincy bass. It was neon green. It didn't have this neck on it. It was like a thin neck, which wasn't as nice, but there's something about it's like a Telecaster and a P bass to the respective. You never really get a really shit telly because there's so little in it. There's not that much to get wrong. This kind of has that element somewhere where it's just right. Oh. Thought it was a Yamaha or something. No, but I mean, it's a Yamaha bridge. So I put a Yamaha bridge on it, Washburn pickups and Westone tuners, and a Washburn. No, so Yamaha, Washburn, Westone, all Japanese, and the pots are still original, but there's something wrong. Encore suffers the Rappa's Behringer. Every dog is its day. It just depends on which one it is you get. I mean, I've played Encores that were fucking amazing. I have also, to be honest, played Encores that were pure terrible. Like your basically a plywood MDF. Not brilliant at all. But the problem is with these things, the problem is if it's, say this is £100 on Gumtree, you can go and play it, but you're not going to bother going and play it because you're going to go, I don't care, bass for £100. I'm not paying £100 for it. If you actually went and played it, as soon as you played this, you'd go, yes, this is totally worth £100. Straight up, if you know anything about guitars, you know that this is worth that. Easy. But if you're buying it off a website or off the internet, you've not seen it. There's no way you're going to look at this like in its original state when it was just red without the painting on it. You're going to go, that's a wee shitty, cheapy Encore 3/4 size. They were only £50 new. I'll give you that should be £20 or £30. No, but I think it must be a known element somewhere because I've never seen another one cheap. I've not seen one go on auction actually, but like for anyone who doesn't really play the short scale basses are amazing. This one, I mean, this compared to an Epiphone EBO, it's 10 times better because Epiphone EBOs are shit. They look amazing and they are worth 120, 150 quid. And it looks like an SG. It's amazing, but this absolutely trumps it tenfold in every category for playing, apart from it doesn't look like an SG. Not that I'm saying all Encores are brilliant. This is but maybe one of those Planet Aligny guitars. I've never played another one, but if you're never going to get a Planet Aligny guitar with a Harley Benton because they're all shit, right? It's made of the crappiest stuff. But on something like this from the 90s, they're not sourcing the wood perfectly, but you might get a pure banging bit of bodywood, and you might get a pure banging neck, and you might get just the right person out of the 50 people that make them to make it, and it might just be the one that works, which I think is what this is. I love my 80s made in India Encore strap more than any Squire. Well, I think that's quite easy to understand, yes. They're amazing. They're also Sun Mustang as well. You can get exactly the same guitar made the year before by Sun Mustang, which are amazing. They didn't make them for very long. Hey, John, your wee bass does not have a scratch plate. It does not have a scratch plate, no. That's what I mean. You can buy Encore 30-inch scale P basses. This is when I got some guitars off Andy, who's not on Neon Tetrahedron. He's up here. Oh, I thought he was giving me these guitars for free, right? One of them looked like this. It even had the same knobs and they were in a line. And it turned out it said something, you've got to have faith, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, up here, oh, cool. I started getting a couple of, I was just going down to fucking sell him another guitar, blah, blah, blah. And it was like, what he wanted me to do was set up his Faith acoustic, which is only going to, I don't mind doing that for a couple of shite guitars. But I mean, those guitars were not this. Like, there was nothing in common. It kind of looked, it was the same outline, but nothing like it. We Sanjay Maxim Tuesdays made the bust Encores, possibly. But is it a Sun Mustang bass? I need to look that up because there might be a Sun Mustang bass that's identical to this, and that might be the same thing. It's like it doesn't take much to make a brilliant bass. It's just that this is everyone who's played this is just a black pair. Everyone, without a doubt, I've got a few guitars like that. That wee area is the same. So everyone who's ever played this has gone, oh, that's fucking amazing. Like, before they've even played a note, they pick it up and you go, oh, yeah, I get it. Yeah, totally. What is this? Yeah, an Encore, you say? Really? Aye. Behringer is its own private city in China, mass producing high tech clones. Great baddie. Yeah, it is. There is a city called Behringer, and it is Bond baddie. Yes, quite right. Totally is. I don't have a thing against Behringer, really. I'd have to say that the pedals do kind of break. Well, not so much the fact is that whenever you watch any review of a Behringer pedal, they always go, "Oh, downside, oh, it's got a plastic case." Plastic case doesn't give a shit. I just wish they'd spend 10 pence more on the input and the output jacks because they break. The same with my wee Mosky Rat pedal. I did a review of that when I first got it and compared it to the actual Proco Rat, and they kind of sound the same, like 90%, 95% the same. The difference is the wee thingy that the actual jack sockets have worn out. So you kind of put the jack in, and then basically if you pick the pedal up, the jack would just fall out because it's just like, oh, come on. I realize you're aiming for a price, but just an extra 10 pence to get a decent jack socket. Obviously, you can buy switchcraft jack sockets for £1.50 each, so you could get your £20 Behringer pedal, spend £3 on the switchcraft jacks, and then you've got a banger. I just wish you were buying £22 to get the Behringer with decent jacks on it, but that's not. I don't know. A weird way of doing it. I'm not against Behringer. It's just like one of those things. Like, see, like DeWalt drills. Have you seen where you put a battery in a Behringer pedal? You just pull the foot switch off, like a Boss pedal, and you use the to push in the wee button. It's designed to take the tip of your guitar jack. So yeah, that's just a Boss copy. I had a Behringer Super Fuzz, which was great. I didn't like it as much, so it was too many options on it. I like a fuzz pedal that just does one thing and it's fine. But I mean, the thing, but the pedals I bought after I bought the first pedal, I did have the Rat pedal forever. I used the Rat pedal because it made the soft tech. It meant that I could have all the distortion and stuff in the house volume, because basically the soft tech on half power mode with the volume turned down and the Rat pedal on has a similar sound to the soft tech at gig volume playing along with a drum kit without a Rat pedal. So, and then I bought a phaser to see what a phaser did, like 15 quid for a Joyo phaser. Like, oh, and then I decided I would buy one of them. So I got like a Bellcat chorus pedal just to see. I know what they are mechanically, but I never actually tried one. So just to see if I like it, and if I really like it, I'll buy a better one. You know, it's like, anyone know a fix for a pedal that adds a lot of buzz even when not on? Different power supply. That's what got me with the reason I could never use pedals was because I was using like a wall wart thing with the Rat pedal, the one pedal I had. And then I've actually bought a fuzz pedal and it didn't work. And I took it back to the guy in Denny, who's a lovely guy. Is that pure? Oh no, I'm sorry, I know it isn't working. I'm sure it was working when I gave you. Is that pure? Well, do you want your money back? In fact, have you got a power supply? Do you want this power supply instead? Oh, fuck it, I'll take the power supply. And then suddenly the Rat pedal was silent. It's like, what? It's the fucking power supply. So yeah, it could just be the power supply. If you're using like a proper isolated individual thing, it might make a huge difference. But in saying that, it even comes down to that pedal there, which is obviously a really expensive one. It's what's the make again? The Afterlife by VVCO pedals, and it lights up like a coffin, and it's £100 and something. It's fucking awful. The noise it makes. It's just, and it's like, I've not turned it on yet. The volume's at nothing. What the fuck? They're terrible. But that's one of the things that makes it real. The Electro Harmonix Mel 9 is my best pedal. I don't know what that is. My best pedal is the Rat pedal, my original late 90s big box reissue or something it's called. That's the only pedal I would struggle to live without. Well, to be honest, I would just use I just change the output jack on the black Rat or Mosky Rat, whatever it's called. I like the Rat pedal because it's not a distortion, it's not a fuzz, it's somewhere in between the two. I do actually have a distortion on there, and I do have a fuzz as well, but the Rat's kind of just my everything. Mellotron pedal. All right, I know the one. I know the one. Yeah, there's quite a few. I had a shot of the organ one before. The tracking on them is really amazing compared to what these things used to be. It's like the technology thing. Something like a guitar. Any of these guitars or this bass, it's like there's nothing on this bass that didn't exist whenever the first P bass came out. The 60s anyway. There's nothing new on this from the 60s on any of these guitars. Or even the original amp, like the Sovtek, the good amps. It's like, that's just a fucking Marshall copy. So, it's like, it's all old technology. It's very difficult to get something that's actually an improvement. And that's when you get something like the Blackstar Fly, the wee headphone amp. That didn't exist 30 years ago. You couldn't, like the Pignose ones are fucking awful battery powered amps. But this is amazing. And it's like, it's only that size, but it doesn't go up very loud, but it's actually using technology properly. I forgot what I'm going for, but the Mellotron thing. My Vox V847, which is 37 years old, still works perfectly to this day. Well, could do. Maybe it's just good quality. I don't know if I've got any amps that old that. Well, how old's that now? 1992 or some early 90s. It's not 30 years old. No, nearly. It's probably nearly 20. That's a proper vintage amp. Now I think about it, and I bought it brand new. I'm particularly pleased with that. Anyway, I think I've passed midnight, so I'm probably allowed to go to bed. But thanks everyone for joining in, and hopefully I've not got demonetized this week. What's coming up this week is, I've not seen it yet, but I will have another J-Pax guitar, the SG. She did an SG. Oh, fucking amazing. And other ones and stuff, and I don't know, and I'll do something with Neil's guitar, the front rows. Oh, you just bought a Vox White Shadow? Wow, I've got a White Shadow bass. Did you ask me about it before? Yeah, Chisholm built. The thing about my White Shadow is it's not white. Ideally, it would be white. Mine's like a wood color. That's a good bass, but a bit and not expensive for what it is you get. Anyhow, cheers everyone. Stevie and Dunkmac and Kenneth and Pontiac and Mr. White and all you guys. It's like I'm my pals. All of you. And just because I can't remember your name, I'm fucking shite at names. So it doesn't make any difference whether I don't remember it just now or later on. Yeah, Ruben, there you go. And I remember you because it's the Benedictine monks that make this. make the bucky. But yeah, love you all. Thanks very much. If you hadn't liked, give me a like. And if you're watching videos during the week, even if you don't like the video, if you hit the like, it might push me up a little bit and try and get me a bit more traction. And the Sloan Ranger, yeah, awesome. So if you subscribe and just hit like, even if you don't like it, that would be awesome. Love you all. Thanks very much. And I've got to fucking turn this thing on. There's no rush. I know, but the thing is, front row, Neil, the problem is if I don't do it, it'll sit there and it'll sit there and then it'll be a month later. So I've got to have the impetus to do it. I'm thinking of giving you the Malco switch, which is a rotary switch, which gives you 18 sounds or something like that. But I need to see if I've got I don't know. But I mean, the thing is, it will be a really nice guitar anyway, so I'm not going to ruin it. Anything I do will make it better. Rock on. Catch you later, Jeff. And yes, Elvis has left the building. Catch you later. Mwah!